Has the live streaming started? Perfect. Can you all hear me clearly? Wonderful. Before we start the formal business of this council meeting, I would like to ask the Right Reverend, the Bishop of Whitby, Barry Hill, to lead us in prayers.
Good morning. It is very good to be with you and the many, no doubt, watching live at home. As the chair says, so I'm the fairly new Box Fresh Bishop of Whitby. I actually live in Middlesbrough and particularly serve the area, in case you're not marinated in how church everything works, serve the area from Middlesbrough down to Pickering and over to Thirsk and over to the coast. So wonderful and diverse area. And then with colleagues, look after the communities, 600 or so communities between the Tees and the Humber. So amongst other things, I chair the Board of Education for this area. So my apologies, I can't stay with you for all of the 5 or 6 hours you have ahead of you because I'm due to chair an education meeting later this morning. When George invited me to pray, I was sent a link of your last meeting. I didn't watch all of it, but when I saw it was 5.5 hours long, I thought you probably need B12 shots and Lucozade as much as you need prayer. But I will pray for you. But just 2 things I wanted to offer first by way of brief reflection. They won't take the 10 minutes the screen has allocated kindly. The first, more importantly than anything, is just to say thank you. I've been around local politics long enough to know it can at times be quite a thankless task, and I think probably that's become ever more so in recent years. I'm in maybe a dozen of the different 600 communities I work across each week, and I see the difference, the big stuff, but also the small stuff that really makes life work, that you have many, I'm sure, and long conversations about here, that really makes a difference. And so more than anything, to say thank you, because I know that doesn't come without sacrifice personally and for those that you might live with and in time and all sorts of other ways. Secondly, I asked George if there was anything in particular to pray for today, and he shared that the unique aspect of today's meeting is, I believe, you're focusing on the coast to coast, soon to be the National Trail. And so have with you, it was wonderful to meet beforehand Andy and Doug, the chairs of Westmoreland and Furness and Cumberland councils. And so just a brief reflection on that, because 1600 years ago, St. Augustine, one of the kind of founders, architects of Western Christianity, had a motto. And his motto was, "It is solved by walking." And I think what he meant, because I haven't read the thousands of pages that explained what this meant, but I think what Augustine was getting at is that we can't, with most of the challenges we face in life, work them out and then walk them out. It is in the walking, it is in the moving that the solutions become clearer. And so I think it probably isn't without significance that across those 3 coast-to-coast councils, you have leaders of Conservative, Labour and Liberal Democrat, in no particular order, councils. Because there is so much, of course, that tempts us to come into a room like today with a predetermined outcome for whatever of the 25, I think, or so agenda items that you have. And yet maybe as that collaboration shows, and maybe as the words of St. Augustine encourage, if we may become with a penciled in rather than an inked in version, it gives space to be curious. It gives space for the walking to work out some of this stuff. Because generally, if we allow the walking it to be worked out as we walk it out, I tend to find we get better solutions. So thank you for what you do. I will be praying for you at periodic points during the next 4 or 5 days of your meeting. I'm delighted you are in such good hands as your chair, who it was a pleasure to meet beforehand. And may we pray. Generous God, we thank you for this great county of North Yorkshire. We thank you for those who live and study and work and play and visit. And we thank you for our sister councils in Westmoreland and Furness and Cumberland represented here today. We pray particularly today for those who face deficit of any kind financially, but particularly we pray for those who struggle to find opportunity, aspiration, hope in a world with so many challenges. I give you thanks for each councillor and each staff member gathered here today, and pray that you would be present here as you promise, guiding, inspiring, and encouraging their conversations. Come, Holy Spirit, we pray, and bless them. In the name of Jesus. Amen. A blessed meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Bishop Barry, for your attendance and for what you said. It is genuinely appreciated. Good luck with your next meeting. I would like to welcome the honorary aldermen, members of the public and the press, and those watching online to this meeting of North Yorkshire Council. In particular, I would like to mention Councillor Andy Semple and Councillor Doug Rathbone, who are with us at County Hall. They are the chairs of Cumberland Council and Westmoreland and Furness Council, which together with North Yorkshire Council are the three local authorities through which the coast-to-coast path runs. During my coast-to-coast walk back in August, I met each of my counterparts when I was walking within their council area. We agreed that all three of us would meet to champion the coast-to-coast ahead of it becoming a national trail next year, given the commitment of all three councils to supporting this stunning walk. The new national status of the trail will attract more visitors and tourists to our breathtaking landscape in the north, promote local economies, and boost businesses along the route. So it's a true pleasure that both Councillor Rathbone and Councillor Semple accepted my invitation to attend the morning session of today's full council meeting and will stay with us until the break. Thank you for coming. It's appreciated and you are very much welcome here today. Please note that this will be a live broadcast meeting of the council and will be available to view on the council YouTube site and website. Please ensure that you use your microphones when speaking. I also ask members to be aware that what is on the screen of your phone or your laptop may inadvertently be picked up by the cameras. We have 6 motions today, including 2 from last meeting. In total, there are 25 agenda items, the largest since at least 2022, when the term of this council began. So let's start. Item 1, minutes of the last meeting. This is the meeting that was held on the 16th of July 2025. Is council content that the minutes are correct record? Do I have someone to move the minutes, please? Councillor Les. Do I have a seconder? All those in favour, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? That's carried. Item 2 is apologies for absence. I have received apologies for absence from Councillor John Katenak, Councillor Michelle Donoghue-Moncrief, Councillor Cliff Lunn, Councillor Phil Trumper, Councillor Andrew Lee. Do the group secretaries wish to add any others? No? Item 3 is declaration of interests. First, I would like to go to officers to explain the position about agenda item 12 in relation to the report and recommendations of the Independent Remuneration Panel for member allowances for 2026-2027.
Thank you, Chair. Before you, item 12 is the recommendations from the Independent Remuneration Panel, and this report comes every year. The law provides that members are allowed to vote on their own allowances, having regard to the panel's recommendations. Therefore, I can confirm that no member has to declare their interest in deciding about what their allowance should be. So whether that's on the basic allowance or special responsibility allowances, all members can stay and take part.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Peacock. Is that a declaration of interest you'd like to make? Okay, just bear with me one moment, because I've got one to say. Having sought advice and for the sake of transparency, I wish to declare that I am a non-executive director of the Border to Coast Pensions Partnership. This is in relation to agenda item 18, the report of the Pension Board. Having said that, the agenda item has no direct impact on my interest. Can I ask whether any other member wishes to formally make declarations of interest in relation to any of the items on the agenda? And I will go first to Councillor Peacock.
Yes, mine is a declaration of interest on motion 3 because I am a private hire driver, no longer an operator, just a private hire driver. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Peacock. Councillor Dadd.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to formally move my make the Chamber aware of my interest relating to second terms. I do rely upon the dispensation from the Standards Committee. I note, and the reason why I declare it now, I note that Councillor Myers may well allude to second terms premium, and I certainly will be when doing my presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Dadd. Councillor Carl Arthur.
Thanks, Chair. It's just agenda item 23I, the Highways Executive Transportation Executive Member. It's the Transforming Cities Fund. My employer, Network Rail, is involved with that, so I'm declaring an interest in that.
Thank you. And I think finally I've got Councillor John Wheel.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I declare, having taken advice from the monitoring officer, a personal interest on item, I think it's item number 11, the malt kiln development. It is definitely, absolutely definitely not pecuniary in any way.
Thank you, Councillor. I think also Councillor Nick Brown just raised his hand.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could I also declare an interest, a personal interest in item 11? And I repeat what Councillor Wheel said. I do not have a financial interest in it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that concludes the declarations of interests. Item 4 is Chair's announcements. We are all aware of the recent passing of former North Yorkshire County Councillor and Selby District Councillor John Duggan. Councillor Duggan also served as Chair of Selby District Council. I've also been informed of the passing of Councillor Selby District Councillor Judith Chilvers. Councillor Chilvers served as Chair of Selby District Council. Members may be aware of the passing of former County Councillor David Lloyd Williams. He was made an honorary alderman in 2009 and served as Mayor of Malton and as Mayor of Norton. And I have also been informed this morning of the passing of former Councillor Campbell Dawson, who was on Richmondshire District Council. I call upon all members to stand to observe a minute's silence in honor of their memory and their public service. Thank you. Please be seated. Having had the privilege of joining a number of events over the past couple of weeks to observe remembrance, I witnessed firsthand the enormous respect that communities across North Yorkshire hold for the bravery of our country's servicemen and women. A hard copy of the Armed Forces Covenant Guide 2526 has been distributed, and an email was circulated with the link to the online version on Friday, the 7th of November. Finally, I'm grateful to all councillors from across this chamber who supported me during the Coast to Coast walk back in August to raise funds for the Yorkshire Air Ambulance. Your continued and generous donations, particularly every time you come to a seminar or full council meeting at County Hall, as you pass Maggie at the reception and buy a raffle ticket, is much appreciated, and it makes a huge difference. So thank you for that. Item 5 is the statement by the leader of the council. Members of the council may ask the leader questions or make statements on any matters, whether or not raised in the leader's statement. Members will recall that the overall time allowed for questions and statement to the leader is 10 minutes, and that the time limit for speaking on statements by the leader is 2 minutes. However, before we start the clock, can I first ask the leader to make his statement, and I will also go to Councillor Kevin Foster to make a comment about the Armed Forces Covenant. So Councillor Les first.
Thank you, Chairman. I was going to say in my introduction that I had nothing to add other than, so I'll do the other than now. I'd just like to draw your attention to this document, the Armed Forces Covenant Guide, which we participated in for the first time this year. I would like to congratulate Kevin as the Armed Forces champion for working on this and helping to drive this forward. I have to say, at nil cost to this authority, other than some officer time in collating the information, which I hope you would agree is actually a useful exercise in its own right. We hope you find it useful in dealing with issues in your communities to do with armed forces personnel and particularly veterans. With that, Chairman, I'll hand over to the Armed Forces champion if he wants to say something.
Thank you, Carl. I want to take this moment to express my sincere thanks to all the staff and officers across North Yorkshire Council and from our partner authorities who worked so hard to bring this Armed Forces Covenant to completion. It's not been an easy process. It's taken nearly 2 years of dedications, discussions and collaborations. But today, we can truly say it's been worth it. This guide represents a real step forward in how we, as councillors, can better understand and support our armed forces communities and veterans. What makes this achievement more special, it's a cross-party cooperation which made possible when members from all political backgrounds work together in a common cause. It shows local government at its very best. And in fact, 3 authorities have worked together on this guide, sends a powerful message that in North Yorkshire, we stand united in support and admiration for those who served and for those who continue to serve in our armed forces. My hope this guide will give every councillor and officer across the county the tools, knowledge and confidence to offer the right help and support for our veterans and serving personnel. To whoever involved, thank you very much for your hard work, your patience and your commitment. You've helped ensure that North Yorkshire remains a place where our armed forces community is valued, supported and never forgotten.
Thank you, Councillor Foster, for what you've said and also for what you have done so far. Much appreciated. If we start the clock, please. We have received 2 pre-submitted written questions. So can I go to Councillor Andy Brown first?
Yes, could the leader give us a public assurance that no further loans or other funding will be provided by North Yorkshire Council to Brierley Homes during his administration?
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Thank you, Andy, for this question. Thank you for giving me notice of it as well. I'm afraid I can't give such an assurance. I think it would be unwise and in financial parlance, it would not be prudent to do that because who knows what is going to happen in the future. But as the council is aware, as all of us in the chamber are aware, due to a number of expected sales not being received in mid-July, and in order to ensure suppliers could be paid on time, which we believe to be an important consideration, an urgent decision was made to grant an additional loan of 1.4 million to the company. This was reported to the executive on the 19th of August and was to enable Brierley Homes to deliver affordable homes outside of the policy for which they had been, the original business model had been set up. The executive also approved a further commercial loan, a headroom loan of £2 million to the company in September, bringing the council commercial loan facility to Brierley Homes of 27 million, of which 1.55 million remains available to be drawn down today. Since the additional loan was approved by executive, I'm pleased to inform councillors that since July, that time in July, £3.759 million of sales, £3.8 million worth of sales income has been received by Briley Homes, and as of the 31st of October, the bank balance stood at 513,000, with sales income of just over £1 million forecast for the end of this month. The housing sector remains challenging, and achieving the timing of sales in line with the budget remains difficult, and it will take time for the company to be profitable. However, actions are ongoing to implement the recommendations of the review that we commissioned recently and was reported to the executive on the 16th of September. And current projections do not indicate the need for any further loan to be drawn down. However, given the unpredictable nature of the housing sector, and this is why I cannot give you that assurance at the start, Andy, but given the unpredictable nature of the housing sector and the fact that the strategic review of the company is underway, there can never be a 100% guarantee on what will happen in the future. What I can say is that the financial position, including the cash flow position of Briley Homes, is monitored closely by the Briley Homes board, by council officers working on behalf of the council, and by the shareholder committee, which I chair. This includes the wider financial position of the company, including the assets and liabilities of the company, along with the positive financial benefit provided to the council as shareholder in terms of loan interest received and payment for support services received. The shareholder committee also reviews and approves business plans and project plans as prepared by the board of directors. The shareholder committee ensures the business plans are reviewed on a regular basis and monitors the performance of the company against agreed targets. The business and financial plans of Briley Homes take into account the repayment of outstanding debt and interest. And can I remind all members that you can all attend the shareholder committee, and some do on a regular basis, including you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Les. The next question, do you have a supplementary?
I'd just like to come back. Thank you for the honesty of that answer. You'll understand our nervousness on all sides of the house, I think, given the 11 million loss over the Kexgill project and on the news reports that are coming out of Cambridgeshire Council, which has a very similar organisation, which is looking at, I understand, £60 million being at risk. But thank you for the honesty of the answer.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Richmore.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Leader. Whilst I welcome the recent steps taken by Yorkshire Water and McCain's, particularly the upgrade at Wheatcroft, there remains a clear lack of public trust around the so-called summit process on bathing water quality. Given the Leader's recent comments that future large-scale summits may now give way to smaller technical working groups, can he confirm that these new arrangements will not mean discussions are taken behind closed doors? Will the Leader therefore commit to ensuring that local stakeholders, including Surfers Against Sewage, who, despite their local insight and other community representatives have been excluded up to date, are formally invited to participate in future discussions or working meetings concerning Scarborough's bathing water, so that the process remains transparent and accountable to residents? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Rich. Thank you once again for another question. Thank you for giving me notice of the question. I mean, you know, the council took the initiative to create the summits and bring key partners together to tackle this important issue. The structure was designed to enable partners to come forward and discuss openly the variety of factors at play, as well as enable us to challenge them about their solutions. If the summits were set up as a public meeting, it would have been a different type of meeting and perhaps not as productive. However, we appreciate that Surfers Against Sewage have plenty of experience in these issues and have very legitimate concerns, as do others. That is exactly why local ward councillors, the chair of the area committee, and the town's MP have been invited to all summit meetings in order to convey the local community's concerns, and we've benefited from those views. And you attend, Rich, on a regular basis, and you come with your prepared statement and your prepared questions, and I'll let you put them, and we give you the answers that you're seeking. And I hope you agree with that. It's important to remember that beyond our convening role, however, the Council's taken a further step to commission Durham University and the Environment Agency to carry out investigations into this issue. And good progress has been made in narrowing the contributory factors to poor water quality in both bays, including a growing focus on the Scolby Beck area as a major source of pollution. Moving forward, as you say, it will be determined if a further summit meeting is required following the completion of those studies and the composite bringing together of all the reports. However, it was agreed at the last summit that there will be a future meeting of the area committee, in other words, a meeting in public, focused on this topic and supported by partners, which will provide an excellent opportunity for all interested groups to engage with the findings of those reports. So thank you for your question.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions for the leader? Councillor Aldred.
Thanks, Chair. I hope the leader will be able to join me in congratulating officers and colleagues on Knaresborough Town Council in taking over the Knaresborough Market. I know the executive recently agreed that will happen. This is the first example of the much vaunted double devolution when we came into existence 3 years ago. My question is, what are the other what are the other projects of double devolution in the pipeline, which he has commented on in the past?
Well, Chris, I would have liked to have said thank you for giving me notice of the question and you'd have had a full and frank answer. However, I will get you that answer, but we had this discussion at your last area committee, didn't we, where you said, did I agree with you that it was poor progress? And I said at the time, let's do it in a measured fashion, let's get it right. But I will get you the answer that you're requiring.
Okay, thank you for that. Item 6 is public questions or statements. There is one from Richard Cooper in relation to agenda item 16, Homelessness and Rough Sleeping Strategy 2025 to 2030. The question has been circulated to member. Mr. Cooper, you have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. As the Chair said, my name is Richard Cooper and I'm the Chief Executive of Harrogate Homes Project. And thank you for allowing me to speak to you today and take up another 3 minutes of the meeting. And I come today to support the North Yorkshire Homelessness and Rough Sleeping Strategy, which is a later item on this agenda. Our charity, Harrogate Homes Project, was founded in 1991 and provides homelessness support across North Yorkshire. And I say North Yorkshire because we accommodate clients with a connection to the former Harrogate district and regularly support people from areas such as Skipton, Thirsk and here in Northallerton. And our charitable objectives include the whole of North Yorkshire and indeed York. We provide over 40 rooms in accommodation across Harrogate, which provide a journey for our clients from a life on the streets to independent living. The people we support often come to us from chaotic lives, characterised by drug and alcohol addiction, crime, poor mental and physical health, relationship breakdown, unemployment and more. And we provide support to get past that. But our support is not just residential. We have a day centre, which alongside hot and nutritious food, we partner with health professionals and this council to provide a weekly GP service, hepatitis testing, smoking cessation services and much more, alongside a series of activities to help our clients develop healthy lifestyles and speed their path to recovery, accommodation and work. One of our closest working relationships is with the housing team at North Yorkshire Council. And although the chaplain earlier said it's a thankless task, I would like to commend you and your officers for the impressive emphasis you place on supporting entrenched rough sleepers and the homeless. And to me, this strategy is further evidence of this council's commitment. The document merits a lengthier introduction than I'm able to give, and I'm sure the executive member and officers will do this much more adequately than I'm able to. Nonetheless, I would like to highlight some key aspects of the strategy which I believe can contribute to a step change in how we help rough sleepers. The key area to my mind that the strategy addresses is homelessness prevention, including making homelessness a once-only experience. I spoke earlier of the mental and physical health issues our clients face, and I guarantee you in 9 cases out of 10, if you simply put people with those issues in a home, you will see that person in crisis again within weeks. And the failure to address these underlying issues is why the age of death among homeless men is 45 years old, the average age, and women 43-year-olds, according to the ONS. And this strategy recognises that, and through its actions, these issues stand a fighting chance of being addressed.
20 seconds.
There are other elements of the strategy that I would briefly like to highlight, including that of working with probation. So to close, Chair, at Harrogate's Homes Project, we've aligned our priorities with yours so that we can deliver support for rough sleepers and homeless people together. Our partnership with the Council is vital to us and vital to the clients we serve. The strategy will strengthen that approach, and we at Harrogate Homeless Project offer our full support in implementing it should Council be minded to approve it.
Thank you,
Thank you, members.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank Richard for taking the time to come to Northallerton to highlight what for me is a pivotal moment for the new council. And I'll be highlighting that later, but I'd like to thank him and all who work with the Harrogate Homeless Project for all the good work they do in addressing these difficult, complex issues across North Yorkshire.
Thank you. Item 7 is notices of motion. The first one is about taxi licensing. This motion will be considered now and debated today. So I call upon Councillor Mark Crane to propose the motion. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I hope not to use it. I understand that there is support across the chamber, which is much appreciated if that is the case. This motion is simply asking the government that in future they change the legislation so that people living in North Yorkshire who wish to be taxi drivers have to apply to North Yorkshire Council. At the moment, if you live and run a taxi in North Yorkshire, you can apply to any local authority in the country. Having put this motion forward, somebody in my ward came up to me last week at a parish council meeting and said, Mark, can you tell me why so many taxis in Selby are licensed by Wolverhampton? I said, I'm delighted to tell you why that is. And if you look at next week's agenda, you'll see why. In the last year, we have figures for, which is to March 24, Wolverhampton licensed enough taxis to cover 10% of the adult population of Wolverhampton. I do not think that 10% of people in Wolverhampton drive a taxi. And the reason this is so important, and Wolverhampton isn't the only place, is that standards in some area are lower than we have in North Yorkshire. So in other words, if you've got convictions and you're unlikely to get a licence from us, you can go to a different authority and seek to get a licence from them. I want people who get taxis in North Yorkshire, including my daughter, to be in a taxi that is A, driven by somebody who's a responsible member of society, and B, that taxi is a roadworthy vehicle that is safe. So I know I'm not the only person in the country to raise this. I know that the Mayor of Manchester is raising it. My understanding is that the government is listening and is likely to do something about it. And that is a good thing, in my opinion. But if all local authorities were to get together and put letters in, as my suggestion today that North Yorkshire does, we will hopefully get a change in legislation and make taxis safer for our residents. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Councillor Crane. I call upon Councillor Tim Grogan to second the motion. You have 3 minutes to speak if you wish.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I'm supporting this motion for 2 reasons. The first, to ensure that Mark got the wording right. The second is that proceedings surrounding taxis in North Yorkshire have become increasingly more problematic in recent months. And I'm talking personally now that issues come to my desk on a regular basis. And we need to take action. Now, I know that the members in here will be nervous about the fact that we are interfering with the affairs of state, but I think we really need to voice our support for this. Mark mentioned about Manchester. I can tell you that Somerset, Portsmouth, Hull, Rotherham, together with Manchester and Blackpool, have put in these sort of things. And my attitude is it can't be right that the city of Wolverhampton license 50,000 drivers, of which 96% do not operate in their area. In Manchester, it's over 50%, and I've heard the trade in this part of the world, particularly in Skipton and in Harrogate, the numbers are the same. So I would urge you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? I've got a few hands up. Councillor Subasha.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm on the licensing committee along with Tim. There is a spectre haunting all licensing committees, and that's the spectre of Wolverhampton. Why have they got so many drivers licensing themselves there? But what I'm not hearing is, why does that happen? Do they allow paedophiles, criminals, and ne'er-do-well people to become taxi drivers? The standards that we all have to adhere to are legally set, and as far as I'm aware, nobody has told me how Wolverhampton is not adhering to those standards. My problem with this motion is I do not have the information to make a decision on this, and I've always believed that all decisions made by us should be evidence-based. We have prejudices, and I don't want it to be based on that. I want to know what is it that they're doing right that attracts 50,000 drivers to go to them. What is it that's the consequences of that that's doing wrong? And I want to know that, and I'm not getting that information from anybody. We talk about the sheer geographical reach of Wolverhampton. We chose, when we became a single unitary authority, to make our licensing one unit. I went to a licensing meeting in Skipton. From Scarborough, it took me 3 hours to get there. In 3 hours from Wolverhampton, you can get to London. In 3.5 hours, you can get to Carlisle. In 3 hours, 15 minutes, you can get to York. If we are talking about geographically and how it does, it isn't simply to be able to do that. What we need is, if we think it's so bad, let's be more competitive. Let's give a better service so that our drivers remain with us. If that's the reason, if there is an underlying problem that Wolverhampton is somehow not maintaining the standards that it ought to be maintaining, then let's have the evidence. We desperately need more information on this before we can decide what we should do. Simply saying they're stomping on our territory is not a good enough basis to vote for this. We need evidence to decide, because if they're doing something right, we should be copying that. If they're doing something wrong, we need to stop it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Sharma. Councillor Brodigan.
Thank you, Chair. I'm also a member of the licensing subcommittee, and I know that North Yorkshire is proud to operate a robust licensing system that ensures that operators and drivers offer a quality service, but that protects the public, particularly vulnerable adults and young children. The livelihoods of North Yorkshire licensed taxi drivers are at risk from those who are licensed under less rigorous systems coming into the county. I know I've spoken to many taxi drivers who are actually going out of business because the costs of operating under a North Yorkshire licence are far higher than they are from other licensing authorities. We should be supporting our taxi drivers, and I therefore recommend that we support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brodigan. I've got two more speakers. Councillor Myers first, and then Councillor Swires.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very happy to support this motion. In answer to the points raised by Subhash, I would say this. Subhash, if there were national standards, which many of us have been advocating for many years, there would be no need for this. But there aren't. We have a responsibility to our public to ensure that you are safe when you use a taxi in North Yorkshire. That is our statutory responsibility. And we can't do that if people are licensed under different regimes. we impose additional costs on our own drivers to meet those standards, and they're being undercut by people who run on a lesser standard. So I'm very happy to support this. I think it's an important step on the way. But in fact, national standards is the way forward.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Councillor Swires.
Thank you, Chairman. I've sat on lots of subcommittee meetings for licensed drivers. We have a very high standard. I agree with Councillor Brodigan. We need to support this motion. Our policy is excellent, but we have seen recently, and I would say, like Councillor Grogan said, in the last year, we have seen taxi drivers coming to us. I'd be ashamed to say they'd ever been a taxi driver. We do a lot of training, and all I remember from years back is the last line, which said, would you allow your grandchild to be in the back of this taxi? How safe would you feel? We need to have this high standard. We should be proud of it. But the reason they've got so many, obviously, you go to apply down there, and obviously they haven't got these strict regimes where you've got to be right. And that, to me, it's unanswerable. We should be proposing this motion and letting it go through. It is absolutely essential we stay with first-class drivers. Thank you.
Thank you. The last speaker is Councillor Lacey.
Thank you. Likewise, supportive of the motion, particularly from the economic perspective. We've talked about the legislative framework. I'm no expert in taxis, but from a financial perspective, if it undermines our local taxi system, then it has knock-on implications for a wide range of other services that we look to support, including, for example, home-to-school transport. So I would just encourage the letter to be sent. I'd be supporting that, but also encourage us to anticipate that. We've heard that the government is minded to address it, but anticipate it in terms of the ways in which we do support our taxi system for benefit to a wider range of services that we deliver. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lacey. Councillor Crane, would you like to exercise your right of reply?
Very grateful for the support and the comments from Councillor Brodigan in particular, so thank you very much. To Subash, I would ask you the very simple question. If you live in Selby, why would you apply to Wolverhampton for a taxi licence? The reason is very clear, because the standards are lower. You might not get into North Yorkshire, you probably would at Wolverhampton. This is seeking to address that for residents of North Yorkshire.
Thank you. We will now move to the vote. All those in favour of the motion, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? Okay, the vote is carried. The second notice of motion is about supporting area committee decision making. I note that the proposer and seconder had not requested for this motion to be debated today. Councillor Peter Lacey, as the proposer of the notice of motion, are you still happy that this motion be referred to scrutiny board, or do you wish to move that the motion be considered now and debated today?
I'm happy that it's referred to scrutiny. Thank you.
When motions are referred to scrutiny board, then they will be moved and seconded without comment. Councillor Peter Lacey, would you like to move the motion?
Sorry, could you clarify that?
Can you move the motion without comment?
Yes, indeed.
Councillor Poskett, would you like to second the motion?
Yes, happy to second the motion.
The motion is now referred to the scrutiny board. The third notice of motion is about restoring the policy implementation review timeline for school transport. After the motion was submitted and the agenda was published, we received a request from the group of Councillor Brodigan who proposed the motion to amend the wording. So please bear with me as we navigate this. So first, can I ask Councillor Brodigan to say a few words about the original motion, and then I will come back to you in a second to move the amendment to the motion.
Thank you, Chair. The original motion. When councillors approved the home to school transport policy in July 2024, we were promised that a post-implementation review would take place in June 2025 as a key quality safeguard to monitor the impact on rural families. The Children and Families Overview and Scrutiny Committee has since been told the review will not begin until 2026, meaning no changes could be made before September 2028 at the earliest. Since coming into force 14 months ago, the impact on children, families and schools has become clear, and the problems are consuming increasing council time and resources through appeals and complaints. Council therefore resolves to reverse the decision to delay the post-implementation review so it is completed, consulted on and reported to full council for approval in July 2026, allowing improvements to be implemented in time for children starting new schools in September 2027.
Councillor Aldred, would you like to second the motion?
I would, and I reserve my right to speak later.
Excellent. So now I will go back to Councillor Brodigan, and you are all aware of the proposed revised text that has been circulated earlier. Would you like to propose the amendment to your motion according to the text that you've circulated?
Thank you, Chair. So the revised text is actually the first and the last sentences. When councillors approved the home to school transport policy in July 2024, the published papers indicated that a post-implementation review would take place in July 2025 as a key equality safeguard to monitor the impact on rural families. The Children and Families Overview and Scrutiny Committee has since been told the review will not begin until 2026, meaning no changes could be made before September 2028 at the earliest. Since coming into force 14 months ago, the impact on children, families and schools has become clear, and the problems are consuming increasing council time and resources through appeals and complaints. Council therefore resolves to accelerate the post-implementation review so it is completed, consulted on and reported for council approval in July 2026, allowing improvements to be implemented in time for children starting schools in September 2027. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Aldred, would you like to second this? And of course, you've got 3 minutes to speak if you wish.
Yeah, no, I will second it and reserve my right to speak later.
Thank you. Anyone wishes to speak on the amendment that has been circulated and that has just been moved by Councillor Brodigan? Councillor Napton.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. It was interesting to have advice from the legal officer earlier that resolutions can be brought forward on any subject, regardless of whether the facts within the resolution are valid. The Constitution doesn't allow the legal officer to check the validity of the claims made in a resolution. I'm assuming that if I put forward a resolution at the next meeting to ask the council to reverse their decision to put a man on Mars, that would indeed be a valid resolution. So in the case of this, where the council did not make this decision, a resolution to reverse such a decision is strange. Therefore, I would like to ask that this be moved to the vote.
We've received a request for this to move to the vote. So we are now, Councillor Parasco seconded that. So we are now voting on whether we move to the vote in relation to the amendment of the motion. All those in favour of moving to the vote, please show. And anyone against? Any abstentions? The vote is carried, which means that we are moving to the vote. And therefore, before we vote, I need Councillor Brodigan has the right to reply as the proposer of the original motion.
Sorry, I'm a little bit confused. If I may say, I'm seeking some clarity, and I think probably most members are a little bit confused. We had a motion printed in public, and I'm going to be very diplomatic how I put this, that perhaps was misrepresenting the facts, in my view. We've now had 2 further amendments that I suggest have been submitted to try and rectify that misrepresentation. What are we now voting on? I assume that we were voting we moved the vote to vote on the amendment.
Indeed.
And therefore, is the right of response coming from the mover of those amendments that quite clearly were forced to be made?
According to the Constitution, this is what's going to happen now. That's something potentially the Constitution Working Group could look into. But based on the current procedure, Councillor Brodigan has the right to reply as the proposer of the original motion. Councillor Brodigan.
Yeah. The question is, do we actually need to wait until 2026? The answer is no. We already have a wealth of data. Over 200 appeals, several ombudsman complaints, and evidence from 2 secondary intakes and 1 primary intake, with another almost complete. That's far more than enough to carry out a meaningful review. The purpose of the review is to find and fix problems, not to wait until every possible data point is collected. Delaying another year simply means another group of children will experience the same unfairness that's already been documented. I move that we have a named vote, please, Chair.
Councillor Wilkinson, is it a point of order? Okay, so now we're going to the vote on the We're now going to the vote on the amendment that was moved by Councillor Brodigan to her original motion. And we have been, someone asked for the vote to be named. So for the vote to be named, we need 20 members to stand up to support that. We've got 20 members. Therefore, we are going to a named vote on the amendment.
So, just to clarify to members, so this is on the amendment, so not on the main motion. So the amendment is on the text before you, which concludes that the council resolves to reverse the decision to delay the post-implementation review, so it's completed, consulted on and reported to full council for approval in July 2026, allowing improvements to be implemented in time for children starting new schools in September 2027. I'll now go through the name vote, where you'll be asked to go for, against or abstain. Councillor Aldred.
For.
Councillor Andrews.
For.
Councillor Arthur.
For.
Councillor Baker.
Against.
Councillor Barrett. Councillor Basterman. Councillor Broadbank. Sorry. 4. Thank you. Councillor Broadbent.
Abstain.
Councillor Brodigan.
4.
Councillor Andy Brown. Councillor Nick Brown. Councillor Burr. Okay, thank you. Councillor Catanack. Absent, thank you. Councillor Chance.
Against.
Councillor Colling.
Abstain.
Councillor Crane. Councillor Cross. Councillor Cunliffe Lister.
4.
Councillor Dadd. Councillor Davis.
Abstain.
Councillor Dickinson.
Against.
Councillor Duckett.
Same.
Councillor Duncan. Councillor Kevin Foster.
4.
Councillor Richard Foster. Councillor Gibbs. Councillor Goodrick. Councillor Goslow.
4.
Councillor Griffiths.
4.
Councillor Grogan. Councillor Harrison. Councillor Haslam.
4.
Councillor Heseltine. Councillor Hugill. Councillor Hull. Councillor Ireton. Councillor Jabor. Councillor Jeffels. Councillor Jefferson.
4.
Councillor Jones. Councillor Jordan. Councillor Napton. Councillor Lacey. Andrew Lees, absent. Councillor Les. Councillor Lunn. Thank you. Councillor Mann. Councillor Mason. Councillor Moore.
4.
Councillor McCartney. Councillor Morehouse. Councillor Madey. Councillor Myers. Councillor Noland.
4.
Councillor Packham. Councillor Paraskos. Councillor Parsons. Councillor Peacock. Absent, yeah. Councillor Pearson. Councillor Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Poskett. Councillor Proud. Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Sanderson. Councillor Schofield.
4.
Councillor Sedgwick. Councillor Seston. Councillor Sharma. Councillor Shaw Wright. Councillor Sladden. Councillor Slater. Councillor Soloway. Councillor Staveley. Councillor Swanwick.
Abstain.
Councillor Swires.
Against.
Councillor Taylor. Councillor Thompson. Councillor Timothy.
4.
Councillor Trumper. Thank you. Councillor Walker.
4.
Councillor Warnican. Councillor Watson. Councillor Webster. Councillor Wheel. Councillor White. Councillor Annabel Wilkinson. Councillor Peter Wilkinson. Councillor Williams. Councillor Windass.
This is in relation to the vote on the amendment. There are 41 against, 34 and 10 abstentions. As a result, the amendment fails. Now we go back to the original motion as it was published in the agenda. And I believe that Councillor Annabel Wilkinson raised her hand earlier. You'd like to speak on this? Sorry?
I'll wait to speak. Thank you, Chair.
This is now we're speaking about the original motion. This is the last opportunity to speak before we move to the vote. Any speakers?
Sorry, Chair. It was very confusing what has been going on. Thank you, Chair. If we go back to July 2024, when this council voted to adopt our home to school travel policy, most of you will remember that I explained I had commissioned the post-implementation review to take place in summer 2026. This was part of my assurance to you that we would consider whether the aims of the policy had been met and whether there were any unintended impacts. Since that full council meeting 16 months ago, councillors and officers involved in the policy implementation have consistently referred to the PIR taking place in July 2026. This documentation referred to in the motion, stating the PIR would be in July 2025, was superseded version of the original Equality Impact Assessment considered by the Executive Committee in early July 24. Since we voted in July 2024, many of us will recall that the PIR timing was questioned, debated and confirmed at a range of other council meetings. And these included the AC meeting in Richmond, 23rd of October, when the PIR was mentioned and minuted, and again at the AC in March 25, when it was mentioned and minuted, in the same meeting that the petition was received. Within the papers for full council in spring 25, there was a link to the updated EIA, which was carried out in January 25, and this referred to the PIR, to the 26 PIR, and of course in May, when we had our extraordinary full council meeting. Many of those attended that member seminar in May 25, where senior officers presented slides explaining the PIR timetable. And most recently, Councillor Brodigan, in the Children and Families Overview and Scrutiny Committee that you yourself chaired in September, a report was presented setting out the plans of the PIR, including the timing of it. I can assure members that each and every time the PIR has been documented between July 24 and today, the reference to the timing of the PIR of the review has remained the same, and to suggest otherwise is incorrect. To reference to the PIR being held in July 26, we have made clear that any proposed revisions, if recommended to the policy, will be consulted on and agreed by July 27 in time for implementation for September 27, and this has not changed. The Scrutiny Committee has already asked officers to update these updates to the committee, and I'm ensured that they will do this. And of course, we have another member seminar scheduled for spring to ensure that all members will remain fully informed. I oppose any resolution that suggests there's been a delay. There has not. We have been through this together time and time again, and the facts are clear. I urge you, colleagues, please stop revisiting the same ground and instead support our children's services to continue, one sentence please, Chair, to continue the vital work of protecting and nurturing North Yorkshire's children, our children.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson. Councillor Brodigan, as the mover of the original motion, you now have the right to reply, and that will be you will be the last speaker in relation to all of this. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, it did come to scrutiny. There was no debate on it. There was no vote on it. Scrutiny members were simply informed of the new timing and were not asked to approve it. There are good reasons to support this motion. Act before it's too late. Prevent harm from being entrenched. The data already exists. There's no barrier to starting now. Fix the problems, not after another years of complaints, but now, and start the repair process now for the families, that are already struggling under this policy. This motion isn't about politics. It's about fairness. It's about fairness, accountability and trust. The council indicated to...
Councillor Brodigan. Point of order.
Point of order, Chair. I heard from the front bench rubbish being shouted out. I'd ask that comment to be withdrawn. Thank you. We're having an informed political debate.
Chair, I made the comment. We're not having an informed political debate, but I'll withdraw the comment.
Thank you, Councillor Harrington.
We made progress.
Thank you, Councillor Harrington. Councillor Brodigan.
Thank you, Chair. As I was saying, the data already exists. There's no barrier to starting now. Let's start this repair process. I will repeat, this isn't about politics. It's about fairness, accountability and trust. The Council did indicate to review the policy in 2025. Delaying the review delays justice and the cost of inaction will be paid by children, parents and schools. Let's honour the Council's original commitment and start the review now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brodigan. We will now move to the vote on the original motion as it was published in the papers of this meeting. All those in favour, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? The motion fails. The fourth notice of motion is about the SEND review. I know that the proposer and seconder had not requested for this motion to be debated today. Councillor Barbara Brodigan, as the proposer of the notice of motion, are you still happy for this motion to be referred to scrutiny board, or do you wish to move that the motion be considered now and debated today?
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy for it to go to the scrutiny board.
When motions are referred to the scrutiny board, then they will be moved and seconded without comment. So, Councillor Brodigan, would you like to move the motion?
Thank you, Chair. I move the motion.
Councillor Andrew Timothy, would you like to second the motion?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would.
The motion is now referred to scrutiny board. Item 8 is a notice of motion about prostate cancer awareness and screening. This notice of motion was referred from the Council meeting on 16th of July to Scrutiny Board and then to Scrutiny of Health Committee. The report being considered today has the recommendation of the committee. This is the first time that we apply the new Council procedure rules to motions that are referred from a previous Council meeting. One member may speak for 3 minutes to introduce the findings and recommendation, and then the mover or seconder of the original motion may speak for 3 minutes to either oppose or agree the recommendation. There will be no movement of amendments, questions, or any other discussions on the motion prior to the vote upon it. I call on Councillor Liz Colling as Vice Chair of Scrutiny of Health Committee to move the recommendations of that committee.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. So you've all had the report in your paper. We had a very informative and collegiate discussion, and we had cross-party agreement on these issues. So I'm not proposing to labour the point. The committee recognised that prostate cancer is a significant health issue, but that any recommendations should align with expert advice from the National Screening Committee and Prostate Cancer UK. Since the motion was originally submitted in July, Prostate Cancer UK have themselves stopped supporting the Faster, Fairer, Better campaign and are now advocating for the National Screening Committee to conduct its evidence review quickly and make its recommendations to government. And we found there was deep merit in that. And actually what we need is national screening for prostate cancer. The wording of the motion that we have put before council today has been amended to reflect this, and other changes were made following our very, as I said, collegiate discussion and based on the excellent information that officers placed before the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Colling, for this positive introduction to this notice of motion. Do we have a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Andrew Murday, as a proposer of the original motion, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Chair, if I may. First of all, could I thank the Scrutiny Committee and actually Councillor Harrison, who admonished me at the last meeting when I proposed this, because actually it's given me quite a lot of faith in the process of scrutiny. And it's one thing I'll be taking forward to the education of new councillors, because this was really a productive process. We had an excellent report from officers, particularly from Victoria Turner, and a really good debate. And of course, over the period of time since I first proposed in July, things have moved forward quite a long way, as Councillor Colling has said. In particular, there's now large support for advancing as soon as possible the process of a national screening programme. You'll know that the Daily Telegraph is promoting a campaign for this. The MP for Richmond Northallerton, or Northallerton and Richmond, is promoting a campaign, and indeed the King's Fund, which is probably the foremost healthcare think tank, certainly in the country, if not the world, is also suggesting that this should go forward. Eventually, there will be a screening programme. We think that the moment there should be a screening programme, or I think there should be a screening programme for those at particular risk, that's with a family history over the age of 50, from an those from an Afro-American background. So I would recommend this. The one thing that people do bring up is that we shouldn't be involving ourselves in national issues. Let me remind you that we are responsible for two aspects of health in North Yorkshire. One is sexually transmitted disease. The other, though, is public health. We have the budget for public health. We are responsible for public health in North Yorkshire, and screening is a very important part of public health. So if I may, I would ask members of the council to vote in favour of this recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Murday. We will now move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? Unanimous. Vote is carried. Item 9 is a notice of motion about dualling the A64. This notice of motion was referred from the council meeting on 16th of July 2025 to Scrutiny Board and then Transport, Economy, Environment and Enterprise Overview and Scrutiny Committee. The report being considered today has a recommendation of that committee. As it was the case with the previous motion, I call on Councillor David Staveley as the chair of the Transport, Economy, Environment and Enterprise Overview and Scrutiny Committee to move the recommendations.
Thank you, Chair. I moved this recommendation as was first stated to the council. The motion and amendments were debated at our last meeting of the Scrutiny Committee, and the consensus was that the wording as was originally worded would stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Keane Duncan, as the proposer of the original motion, do you wish to speak? You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The A64 is the key route connecting Leeds to Scarborough, yet it suffers from congestion, especially in summer. It's holding back our economy, it's strangulating growth, and it's costing too many lives. For decades, successive governments, Labour and Conservative, have failed to dual the A64. This neglect is perhaps symbolic of a divided Britain. It used to be north versus south. Now, the north fares better, but cities are the focus, with rural and coastal regions like ours still left behind. Today's motion is more than a call for a road upgrade, it's a call for fairness. Under new rules, this council cannot debate this motion, consider amendments, or even ask questions, and it feels no privilege whatsoever to debate myself today. And I do regret that members like Councillor Goodrick, Councillor Jeffels, and Councillor Basterman, who have long championed this cause, cannot speak today. More importantly, nor can those who oppose this motion. My aim is not simply to win a vote in the council chamber today with a majority, but hopefully to unite this chamber across political divides so that we can send the strongest possible message to government. It feels only right to take time later in this speech to address as fairly as I possibly can the views of other groups who are unable to speak in hope of securing their support. The A64 is one of 30 schemes competing for funding. Without clear, united backing from this council, the reality is that government will look elsewhere. A vote for dualling today will not triumphantly end this 50-year struggle, but a vote against it will no doubt doom hopes of dualling for good. We currently have a Labour government, and criticising them may well feel very tempting indeed, but it would not be fair and would not help on this particular issue. What will make a difference is cross-party pressure, with local Labour representatives playing a critical role in advocating for this upgrade with the Labour ministers. Turning to the amendments that were scheduled but cannot be discussed, Labour's amendment sought to wait for a strategic transport plan. That's 3 years in the making so far and counting, with no guarantee of approval before government makes a decision. We simply do not have the luxury to wait. The Lib Dem amendment sought to expressly emphasise support for dualling beyond Moulton to Scarborough. The wording of this motion, I hope, is compatible with this ambition. Green colleagues and others who I recognise may oppose road expansion on principle, I hope can agree that if the government is going to make investment into roads, we would all prefer for that investment to be directed to North Yorkshire for a change rather than the South once again.
30 seconds.
The vote today, it will not guarantee dualling, but it will hopefully show to government that North Yorkshire stands united across political divides for economic growth, for safety, for fair funding. After 50 years of waiting, let us not give government an easy excuse to ignore us again. Let us say clearly and strongly that we support dualling the A64 and we demand the infrastructure North Yorkshire deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Keane Duncan. We will now move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? The vote is carried. Item 10 is the report and recommendations of the executive. All the matters recommended to council for consideration by the executives are substantial and have been included in separate items on the agenda for this meeting. So we will debate them at the relevant point in the agenda. Item 11 is to consider the adoption of the new settlement Maltkiln Development Plan document. I call on Councillor Mark Crane to move the recommendation.
Thanks very much, Chairman. Members will recognise that this is not the first time this has been in front of them, but I'm pleased to report that following the inspector's decision that we are in a position to press ahead with a new settlement to be called Maltkiln, which is in the area of the old Harrogate Borough Council. The settlement will give us at least 3,000 houses. It includes policies to realise the vision to create a thriving new community. It has been years in the making, many years before the new council for North Yorkshire was even here. And following the rigorous examination that it had in public, the inspector has found in favour with modifications which are in front of us today. I genuinely believe that this is a positive step in North Yorkshire. I hope that we will see other new settlements coming forward in the new local plan. But the point I made executive, I will make again today for those of us, and I am one of them, that favours new settlement to stop the pressure on some of our existing towns and villages. Please, 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 colleagues, remember these take years to come forward. They will not happen overnight. And even though we've been years in the pipeline with Maltkiln, it will be a few years before you see the first house in place. But it's a positive step. Maltkiln is on a railway line. There's good links to Harrogate and indeed to Leeds. So I really think this is a positive thing today, and I would urge you to support it. I will just say that Kirk Hamilton Parish Council, who didn't write in time, have sent an email around to everybody today asking us to defer the decision. The deferred decision will only create more delay. They've made their points in front of the inspector. They've made their points more than once before all of us, including previous times when Maltkiln has been on the agenda here.
But I'm very happy and proud to move this today because I think it's a positive statement for North Yorkshire, and the houses will be built in the most sustainable way imaginable. So happy to listen to comments and take questions on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crane. Do we have a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Arnold Warnicke.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the advice you've given me, because obviously I submitted some questions which were going to be discussed after this decision was made, and therefore you've suggested I put my questions now, and I appreciate that support from the officers and the Chair. So the only question I would ask, Chair, is that if I ask these questions, is Councillor Crane going to be allowed to answer them now?
Yes, and you only have 22 minutes and 36 seconds left.
Oh, right, thank you. Okay, start the clock now then. So, Councillor Crane, in December 2023, the council stated that built development within the Eastern Green Gap would be considered not considered an acceptable option. On what date and on what basis of the new evidence did the assessment cease to apply to the prior council's proposed boundary changes as part of the main modifications in September 2024? Second question, delivery of the scheme depends on the acquisition of significant parcels of land, approximately 42%, which the developer does not control. Since no meetings have held between landowners in the past 2 years to negotiate an alternative solution, it seems clear that the CPO will be required. Why does North Yorkshire Council not proceed with this now, so that there is a certainty as to the possibility the scheme is deliverable and how much the CPO is going to cost local taxpayers? Third question, if the DBD now is a model for new settlements that will be delivered in the emerging North Yorkshire plan, if yes it is, can the member explain in clear terms what the key advantages of this model are in terms of the delivery of affordable and social housing and the guaranteed provision of infrastructure including schools, transport, wastewater and health facilities? If no, why should members of local communities accept this weakened model now if it's to be considered good enough for future settlements in the local plan? Within time, I could just make some statements, Chair, if that's all right. Thank you. Thank you. I just want to stress the letter from Kirkhampton Parish Council is made a very strong point that this is not NIMBY. They are not an anti-malt kiln. What they are concerned about is that it started off as a garden village all those years ago and has drifted in for whatever reasons, probably to do with the lack of land being one of the main reasons, is drifted into just being what appears to be a conventional type of housing development. I agree with Councillor Crane. The way forward to deal with the situation in the county at the moment is new settlements, because I can see that being the only way of getting the infrastructure in place that is required and not done in a piecemeal way. But you need to listen to the residents and the parish councils. There's 9 parish councils in the area affected by this. And one thing that has come to light recently is that this document is out of date in terms of, for example, Aviva and the Environment Agency's advice in the National Planning Policy Framework on flood risks. And it clearly is an issue going forward with inverted commas climate change. Not all of us agree with that, but it's clearly an issue. And I want us to incorporate in this document, Chair, those considerations.
Thank you, Councillor Warnick. And the only other speaker I've got on this is Councillor Matt Walker.
So I welcome the out of area development. I think the one thing that does slightly concern me is the infrastructure. We need to make sure that we get the infrastructure right. If we don't, it will have an impact on neighbouring Harrogate and Knaresborough if people have to go elsewhere to get the infrastructure. And I just really want to make sure that we've got the right teams in place to support those 106 developments and any infrastructure that we agree as part of those planning processes. So on the whole, I'm supportive, but I'm just nervous about getting the infrastructure right as part of this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Mason raised his hand. Over to you, Councillor Mason.
Thanks. Yeah, I kind of echo Arnold's points on some of this, particularly on the environmental impact assessments and making sure we've got a very up-to-date one. When I was at the development plan meeting, I did raise the question around what the provision was around sewage. I searched the document and in the box response was a question mark and that was it. So it does raise a few concerns, which I raised at that meeting. So I do think I reluctantly do support, but with a caveat that we need to make sure that the environmental impact assessment is up to date and not based on old evidence.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Crane, over to you to reply on the comments and the questions you've heard so far.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, hold the front page. Councillor Crane and Warner can agree on something. So I look forward to the Yorkshire Post tomorrow morning. Seriously, thank you, Arnold, for giving me the questions in advance. I know you gave them to me as exec member, but it seems the right place to deal with them here. The modifications were made to the boundary simply because one of the groups involved, withdrew their land, but the modifications are not that great actually. So the first thing to say is that there are modifications to the size of the settlement, but those are not significant in the overall size of the settlement itself. The second question, which I think you asked me, is about how much it might cost the council. If we move this today and council agrees to go ahead with Maltkiln as a new settlement, we will go back into negotiation discussions with the people who have withdrawn their land. We have been clear in the past that we can and would be willing to CPO that land if necessary. I believe that is the right decision in order to make Maltkiln happen if we need to do it. So this council has already taken a mind-you-to decision on that. It will cost a significant sum of money to buy that land, but I might add that land would then be there for housing, and it wouldn't be a long-term bill for the residents of North Yorkshire. So in effect, it would pay for itself. So if we paid £100 for it, I don't want to give another figure because otherwise hairs will be running. If we paid £100 for it, I can't think we wouldn't be able to sell it for £100 to Caddick or whoever was building on the site. Caddick are the main developers. So the last thing is, why should we do this now? And will it be in conformity with the local plan? We are very much in these early stages of writing the local plan. The local plan will have, I'm sure, some heavy duties on developers in order for what they're going to do over the next 15 years. This certainly needs to fall in line with it. And on the environmental impacts assessment, we will make sure that this is up to date as possible. It's a valid point. One of the other things I want to say is that whilst Kirk Hamilton have written today to ask us to defer the decision, and Kirk Hamilton have understandably, I think, very nervous about this large settlement on their doorstep, there continues to be separation between Maltkiln and Kirk Hamilton. So it will be very much a separate settlement to that at Maltkiln. I think I entirely agree with Councillor Walker's point, and we do need to ensure that that is the case. And as I say, one of the real positives that I see here is there is a train line already there, which will enable people who buy houses in Maltkiln in the future to get on a train rather than drive their car everywhere, and they'll be able to get on a train. The service is okay at the moment. If there's 3,000 or 4,000 new houses there, I dare say the service will become improved because people who run in the railways will see an opportunity. I'm sorry if I've overstated my time, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Crane. It's important to address all the points. We now move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? Okay, the vote is carried. Item 12 is the report and recommendations of the Independent Remuneration Panel for North Yorkshire Council 26-27. I call on Councillor Carl Les to move the recommendations.
Thank you, Chairman. Could I start by thanking the Independent Remuneration Panel for performing this task on our behalf? Can I remind ourselves that we do have to have an IRP? Each year we face dealing with this report, which is why we've added the recommendation this year to ask the IRP to consider setting a recommended allowance for the whole of the next council, only increasing by a rate of inflation each year, however that is determined. Each year I make the point that finances should never be a barrier to anybody standing for public office. Each year I make the point that all members can choose to accept all, some or none of the allowance. I believe these points apply to special responsibility allowances as well, which is why I won't support the Greens amendment, which worryingly looks a bit like gesture politics, and I'm sure that's not what you intended, but that's what it looks like. Importantly, though, it is interfering with our established practice of talking to the IRP, giving them our opinions, and then accepting the recommendations of the independent remuneration panel. Chairman, I'm happy to move the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Les. Do we have a seconder? Okay, thank you. That's seconded. Members are aware that there is an amendment by Councillor Kevin Foster, which was circulated ahead of the meeting. So can I call on Councillor Foster to move the amendment? And you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, thank you very much. While accepting the panel's recommendation for an increase of basic allowance of 3.6% in line with staff pay award, it does not accept we propose to raise the special responsibility allowance at this time. This decision is made with no criticism of the panel or its finding, but in recognition that we're living through challenging financial times, and it is right that the councillors share the restraint being asked of residents and staff of the North Yorkshire. Accordingly, the council resolved to approve the 3.6 increase in the basic allowance, but reject the proposal to increase the special responsibilities allowance for the current financial year. I heard what Councillor says, and I don't want this to be a political football, so I'd like to propose we go straight to the vote without any political shenanigans. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foster. Councillor Warnican, would you like to second that amendment?
I second that, Chair.
Okay, anyone wishes to speak? And would you second also the request to vote?
Yes, Chair.
So now we are voting on whether we go to the vote on the amendment. Everyone, can you, those who are in favour of going to the vote on the amendment, would you please show? Okay, anyone against going to the vote now? No. Any abstentions? So therefore, we now go to the vote on the amendment proposed by Councillor Foster and seconded by Councillor Warnican. All those in favour of the amendment of Councillor Foster, please raise your hand. All those against? Any abstentions? The amendment has failed. So now we go to the original motion. Anyone else wishes to speak on the original motion? Councillor Carl Les, as no one would like to speak on the original motion, is there anything you would like to add in your right to reply? Can we go to the vote on the, sorry, Councillor Mason.
Yeah, just to clarify, so I'm speaking on the vote to pay us more money, basically. Is that what we're voting on now? Yeah? I have deep reservations about this. For the same reasons, really, that at one hand of the council, we complain that we have to make cuts everywhere. We're complaining that, and we do, you know, we've got to tighten our budgets. But then we're asking that we should pay ourselves more money. I don't understand, and I will be voting against this. I deeply think that we need to really consider what signals we're sending out as a council. We have to raise council tax. We have to raise council tax. I'm pretty sure that that's going to have to happen. But I can't justify sitting in meetings when and with local residents and say I voted to put my allowance up. So I'll be voting against this, and I would urge many councillors to join me.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. I've got Councillor Steve Shorewright.
Thank you, Chair. I've been a bit quiet today. I think we've got an independent panel and we have almost a responsibility to respect what they say. And I can understand some councillors saying, well, we're putting our money up. I did a review recently for Labour Group, Labour Party, for prospective councillors, of which there are many, saying, well, because they've been told by a councillor friend of mine who encouraged another councillor friend of hers that if he stood for council, he would only have to do 4 meetings. There's only 4 meetings. So at 17 grand a year, 4 meetings is not bad. When I said on that month I'd had 35 meetings, 35 meetings before the meetings, plus briefings and after meetings, it worked out at far less than minimum wage per hour, which I'm sure our friends in Reform would more than welcome that councillors were paying. But they are friends. I've described you a lot before, and I've not described them. I've known quite a few of them a long time. They're in reform this week. Next week, who knows? It'll be the Mike Jordan Independent Reform Party for Campbellsford and Sherburn, and the Carl Arthur Party for Level Crossing Givers. Sorry about that, Carl. But I do think we need to respond to the independent panel and accept what they do. And if members don't want their allowance, they don't have to take it. Simple as that.
Thank you, Councillor Steve Shorewright. Councillor Dadd and then Councillor Jordan.
I'm just going to be very quick because I'm going to repeat what Steve said, and that's the most salient point as far as I can tell. 2 or 3 years ago, I think it was, we had a lot of councillors, a lot of the Lib Dem group, one by one stand up saying times are hard. We've heard it all before, haven't we? And there's some justification to it. Times are tough. We shouldn't be awarding ourselves a rise. And I said at the time, and I'll repeat again today because it's worth repeating, you've got the right to refuse if that's how you believe you wish to go. I'm going to take a little bit of the lead from Kevin. I'm going to try not to make a political point on this, but I just urge members to take a look at the allowances claimed by those purported to want to protect the public purse in previous years. I'll leave that hanging.
Thank you, Councillor Dadd. Councillor Jordan, last speaker.
Thank you. As I've been mentioned, obviously I've been down to London to a parliamentary committee meeting to discuss council allowances many years ago. Can't remember which party I was in. I'm sorry about that. So, but one of the things that I raised and they actually agreed with me was that perhaps we should change the system whereby we have councillors paid the minimum wage, that we reduce the number of councillors, and the effort behind all that, which was actually quite widely supported, was because then we would get more chance of getting younger members of the public involved. We've got a situation where unless you work shifts or you're allowed time off for it, you've got to be semi-retired. And as a consequence of that, it's very difficult. My daughter stood and got elected as a district councillor. That was the Yorkshire Party, by the way. And she had to give it up, simply had to give it up. It just wasn't viable for her. So I do think that we could do things slightly differently. But I also like one of the suggestions, one of the things that we're discussing today is we fix it for the 4 years. Fix it for the 4 years, and then we don't have this football entertainment every year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jordan. Councillor Chance wanted to say a word as well.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to say that I support what Steve said, fully supported, and what Gareth has said. I would go further, however, and say that I think we should ask this government, maybe through yourself, Steve, to consider the Welsh and Scottish method where the government sets it and we have no say, and we don't get this ping pong every year.
Thank you, Councillor Chance. Councillor Led, would you like to exercise your right of reply? We'll now move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. All against? Any against? Any abstentions? The vote is carried. Item 13 is amendments to the Council's constitution. I call on Councillor Heather Phillips to move the recommendations.
Thank you, Chairman. You just bear with me a minute. I've dropped my phone and lost my notes. So,
well, in the meantime, I will highlight that there are a number of recommendations, and based on conversations we had earlier, what we are going to do with the vote is we are going to vote on the bulk of the recommendations in one go, and then vote on one or two specific ones separately, just to explain what's going to happen in the next few minutes. That's after the discussions I had with a number of the group leaders.
Thank you. I think I'll just add to ad lib now. I can't find my notes. The Constitutional Working Group has, as usual, had quite a busy time. And I hope that the changes that have been introduced reflect the concerns that have been raised in recent meetings. So these basically will involve tightening up the petition rules, because I think we need to ensure that petitions are, as our motions are pertinent to North Yorkshire. We have a very good system of delegation where Mr. Khan is able to affect quite a lot of the changes as necessary as we go along. But I think there may be some criticism from some parties about how we treat notices of motion now, but I think we are being equally fair to all sides in that any party, any side that brings a motion now will have to be treating it in the same way. And I think if anyone suggests otherwise, it would be disrespectful to our officers to say that they're going to favour one side over another. I'm happy to move all bar one of the recommendations, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Do we have a seconder? Okay, excellent. I will go to Councillor Peter Lacey to explain the position about a particular recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. And Constitution Working Group is absolutely critical, and the vast majority of these proposals are fully in support of. But recommendation 18.1E refers to what has just been mentioned in terms of the requirement for impact assessments on motions, financial, legal, equalities and climate change implications. I'd like to suggest, and actually I just point out also that the recommendation also covers the clarification of the timing, which I'm perfectly happy with because it needs clarifying. So this is one part of one of the recommendations, if that's taken into account in terms of how we proceed. Two reasons mainly. I fully recognise the need that any motion passed here should not have implications of this type, but I believe that there are other ways of achieving that. The impact is important, but I believe through the Chair's discretion, identifying motions that risk such a decision would therefore mean that it would go to a scrutiny board, and I believe that that enables us to achieve the aims of the objective. And secondly, officer time is precious. And I believe that this adds additional pressure on officers. It may not be an issue of fairness, although I would say that opposition groups do not have delegated or designated time from officers. They give of their time freely, and we appreciate all the time and effort that they put into supporting opposition groups. But we cannot, as opposition groups, move motions and develop impact assessments quite to the same degree as is implied here. So for those two reasons, one, I believe there's another way of doing it, the discretion of the Chair. I agree in principle that these things need to be considered, but enshrining it within the Constitution may well reduce the quality of the debate and the ability to move motions by a significant number of members of this House, so of this chamber. So that's my reasons just for the one part of 18.1E that I cannot support and our group cannot support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lacey. Councillor Colling.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking against your amendment, Councillor Lacey. Those people who are unfortunate enough to sit next to me will hear me chunter when a motion comes to council that is not well thought out, that is not evidenced, and has not had the support of officers to bring it here. Now, I don't bring motions very often, and I don't want this to be a love-in, but the last time I did, I had immense support from Gareth, from Gary, and I'm sorry, the unfortunate lady head of procurement. It was a fair tax motion. It took a lot of work and effort. It was a well-formed motion. It was changed, it was tweaked by input from officers, and it was better for it. And I think we could all, not emulate me, because of course I'm perfect, but we could all learn to work a bit further back in advance of what are the motions we want to bring, what's the preparatory work we need to do, which officers do we need to speak to. And if you don't know the officer, please do ask your portfolio holder, because they flaming will. And we would all be better. We'd have much better debate in council and better outcomes for our residents. Rant over. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Colling. Councillor Dodds.
I've got to say now, I know I've had a few sleeps since we met as a constitutional working group, but my recollection is that we had I'm looking at Andy now, I think we had a fair debate on this, and I think in the end we reached some sort of consensus. A nod will do, Andy. Yeah. So I'm surprised to hear Peter's stood up in opposition to this. It's just basic common sense. We've had it today, have we not? Where we've had a motion brought forward. I'm being careful because we're not protected with parliamentary privilege, but that perhaps was misleading in its content. If that preparatory work had been done, like Councillor Collins said, and officers had been engaged with that motion, they would have realised the pitfalls of it. And why would we waste time sending motions to scrutiny that haven't got a cat in hell's chance of being viable financially, in terms of climate change, in terms of equality? With the best of intentions, they might well be. But, you know, do the proper, do the groundwork, get it sound, get it viable, and let's stop. We talk about efficiency, Peter. Let's stop wasting everybody's time with this ping pong between scrutiny and coming back and being debated or not debated. In essence, it's about time this chamber grew up in certain quarters and did what we should be doing, which is sensible decision making.
Thank you, Councillor Dad. Councillor Phillips, would you like to exercise your right of reply?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Gareth is quite correct in what he says. We're trying to get motions to council which concern the most important issues in the whole of North Yorkshire. So we need to get a motion that is for us to debate and not for somebody's Facebook post the next day. We need to improve that. We need to make sure that there's a lot of thinking goes into this, because as it's been said, this is valuable time. It's time to make decisions that affect North Yorkshire and not just to get sound bites. So I would reject the suggestion that we should amend that and ask that we move it. Thank you. The recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. So we are now going to do two votes. The first one is about the recommendation 18.1.E, which is on page 634, in relation to the consideration of key implications as part of motions. That's the point that the debate we've just had was about. So those who are in favour of proceeding with the recommendation as it is on page 634 to add to have consideration of key implications as part of the motions. Those in favour, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? So that recommendation was approved. Now was carried and approved. So now we go to the other recommendations on page 634 as outlined in the report. All those in favour of the rest of the recommendations, please show. Anyone against? Any abstentions? So that's carried. We now move to agenda item 14, which is the Kirkby, Grindlefith and Duggleby Parish Community Governance Review. I call on Councillor Heather Phillips to move the recommendations.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm standing in for Councillor Pearson in my unexpected role as Vice Chairman of Standards. This report follows a community governance review of the governance arrangements for the Kirkby, Grindlefith and Duggleby Parish Council. The council has been asked to approve the dissolution dissolution of the parish council and replace it with two parish meetings named Kirkby Grindleith Parish Meeting and Duggleby Parish Meeting to take effect in April 2026. The council has been asked to approve the amendment of the external boundary of Luttons Parish to include the properties in Sheepwalk Lane to take effect in April 2027. I would like to move all of the recommendations in the report.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Do we have a seconder? Thank you. Anyone wishes to speak on this item? No. Is there anything else you would like to add, Councillor Phillips, in your right of reply?
No, thank you.
Shall we move to the vote? Can those in favour please show? Any against? Any abstentions? That's unanimous. Item 15 is the making of the Clapham Common Newby Neighbourhood Development Plan. I call on Councillor Mark Crane to move the recommendations.
I'll be brief, Chairman. Move it.
Do we have a seconder? Anyone wishes to speak on this? Councillor Steve Shorewright.
Just confused, but there you go. On page 774 with the environmental impact assessment we've just been discussing, it says that this motion to give them a neighbourhood plan would increase waste for water, increase water usage, increase pollution. How, if we're not doing anything? It's just a plan.
I will give Councillor Crane a minute to look up the particular page you were referring to. In the meantime, anyone else wishes to speak on this particular agenda item? Okay, Councillor Crane, would you like to reply?
I'd love to give Councillor Shorewright a written response, amongst other things.
Thank you. Anyone else wishes to speak on this? Okay, so let's go to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Anyone against? Any abstentions? Okay, so that's the vote is carried. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a break before we move to item 16, which is the homelessness and rough sleeping strategy, because that will require some debate afterwards. So we'll take a break for 40 minutes. So hopefully we all will be back here by 1:10. See you very shortly and enjoy the break. Good afternoon, members, and thank you for coming back on time. It's appreciated. Item 16 is the Homelessness and Rough Sleeping Strategy 2025 to 2030. I call on Councillor Simon Myers to move the recommendations.
Thank you, Chair. I gather from some of my friends that they've got a sweep on how long I will talk for, and I will try not to. I think we'd all be united in this room in recognising the need to address homelessness, long-term homelessness and rough sleeping across our county. And I suppose what would be very much in all our thoughts today as we see the Armed Forces Covenant that Kevin and others have produced for the county is the plight of many of our veterans, and this is a veteran-rich county. And whether they are adequately supported, whether they have their needs met, is something that would be very much at the forefront of all our minds. I'm so grateful to Kim Robertshaw, to Nick Hahn, to Andrew, to all in the team for producing what I think is a very thorough, a very thoughtful, considerate and deliverable strategy that will really help this council to address the needs of those people with many complex issues who find themselves homeless and sleeping on our streets. It must be our moral commitment to see that this becomes a thing of the past, that everybody in North Yorkshire is where we can help them, given help to find a roof over their head and the support they need. And I'm very proud that the council can put forward this strategy. And I'm even more proud that it isn't just warm words. There are lots of warm words in politics. Lots of people say very nice things, and we can all hug ourselves and feel quite good about it. But actually this, as a result of the Second Homes Council tax premium that this council adopted, is funded. It's not just warm words. And the council has already taken decisions that will help in the delivery of this strategy. We bought new temporary accommodation. We budgeted to buy more. We have agreed that £42 million over the next 4 years will be spent on delivering housing outside our own housing revenue account, outside council housing. So that's 720 new homes in North Yorkshire on top of our 500. And those 720 will be focused in various different ways. But as far as this is concerned, on delivering supported housing for those with complex needs, on developing a place of change in the Scarborough area for those rough sleepers who have complex needs, and in seeing that there is a holistic approach to how we help people to not become homeless again, and money to fund care leavers to see that they're given the support that they need, our corporate children, the children of every councillor here. So, as I say, it is not just warm. 1 minute. It isn't just a strategy that is something nice for us to say we have. This is a funded strategy. I'm grateful to all those concerned in developing it. I'm grateful to the ONS committee for their work on it, and I recommend it to members.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Do we have a seconder? Okay, Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Simon, for producing this report before us today. I regularly email Simon, I'm afraid to say, because I have some issues, but I copy him in so he knows what's happening. But I welcome this report. One of the items I read with interest, because you can learn something every day, is with regard to page 783, number 5 on this. Other recent changes mean that customers escaping domestic abuse, veterans and care leavers no longer must demonstrate a local connection. Because I'm sure my colleagues that are on corporate parenting, I had a young lady that was sitting on the streets of Scarborough and I was very concerned. I never asked her a date of birth. I introduced myself and I said, how old are you? And she was 21. She'd never been in care, but she'd I'm escaping domestic abuse. But because I haven't got a local contact connection, they can't help me. They want me to go back. I won't say where to, but I'm pleased about this. And when I see her again, I'll follow it through because I said that she'd been to Foundation, which I was involved with. It was Home and Dry. And I think we learn something every day. And it's very important for our veterans as well. Very, very important. And care leavers too. But one of the things that I'm always consulting with Simon or copying him in is I have a few reach properties within my area. Probably we're just unfortunate, but the windows get smashed and it's terrible. And they're on main public highways. And one of them is taken from April, and they assure me now by the 27th of November, those windows will be put in. But I know I had a conversation with Andrew Rowe because it was in his group when we did Home and Dry and Foyer. And I said to them, a lot of these people, sadly, through under their own fault, they can't look after themselves. They can't look after a property or handle money. And somewhere along the line, we should be giving them a course on this and so they can work within the community. So I welcome all this report, but I think there's certain things that we have to do to help people that can't initially help themselves. And so we look forward. My other query on page 28, I think, was with 34. In 2004, we have 34 registered homeless. Well, I would maybe think I probably have 20 in my division. And so it's a difficult little place because I represent near the main street. But I welcome this report and look forward to the implementation. And I will go back to see this young lady and tell her we can now help her. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jefferson, for sharing this insight and this particular example. It's appreciated. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. The Council's homeless and rough sleeping strategy pledges to make homelessness rare, brief and non-recurrent. However, recent figures show rough sleeping has more than doubled in the last year, from 14 to 34, and emergency accommodation use is rising again after a period of decline. Evictions and temporary housing placements have also increased. Given these concerning trends, how can residents and councillors have confidence in the strategy's effectiveness? I'd like to request a formal progress report brought to the Housing and Leisure Overview and Scrutiny Committee within 6 months. And finally, what urgent and concrete actions will the council take before winter places even more families at risk of crises?
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor May Davis.
Thank you, Chair. I've no problem with the strategy. I think it comes from a good place, and the two officers Simon mentioned, I know, are very find they all very useful, and they want people to use the system that we have. My issue is communication, and I can tie in as well with the Armed Forces Covenant. I'm chair of Community Association in Selby, and we have a community field. And at one point, a year and 18 months ago, we had 3 tents on that. Now, those are all homeless people. Now, I do try and engage and talk to people. Some don't want to go into somewhere, but even if they don't want to go into somewhere because they have issues, and one was a former soldier with PTSD, addiction problems, all kinds of issues, and he wanted the support. He just needed to get in touch with a support sort of package. So I went online,
And our website is not very friendly, I don't think, really, to find that information. And because he'd returned to Selby, having gone away, he'd come back to where he was known and where he felt safe. And at one point, we had 3 tents round him. So his community moved in. And none of that was at all worrying. But they also were saying, how do we find out? How do we get to the support? So I think there's some work to do around communication and our website around that. And eventually, 7:20 at night, I phoned the local British Legion guy who lives in Sherburn, and he happened to answer his phone. It's his home phone, and he was very helpful. But I think that information needs to be on our website. We don't necessarily have to provide it itself, but if we can point people where that help is available. And one just yesterday that I was dealing with, people living in a caravan, 2 disabled elderly parents and a carer. It's burned down. But they have insurance. In probably 10, 14 days, they will be found other property. But in that meantime, where do they go? So I think if we can cover things like that, because these are emergency situations, so you don't want to be plodding through all the search engines. We need a quick place to go, like, homeless, where you can get help, and a quick straight through. So I think if we can tighten that up, it'll make all our lives easier, and those of our community who want to support these people.
Thank you, Councillor Davis, for this feedback. That's helpful. Councillor Peacock.
Yes, well, I certainly welcome this strategy. I think it's very well written, very easy to follow, and I think that's one of the most important things. And I think in some ways I refer to number 9 of the strategy, I think page 9, the key challenges. I think the problem we have is the shortage of housing. It's all a knock-on effect, whether it's ordinary houses, which it's a good thing we did this morning with the new settlement, because it's the actual shortage of housing and then the shortage of affordable housing. And it's just a complete knock-on effect. And I think sometimes we miss that. We just say, oh, well, they're homeless. No, it's because of other things we've been doing has that knock-on effect. Now, in my area, of course, if you're homeless, you usually have to move something like 26, 27 miles away, which isn't really what anybody wants to do, where the families are, where they're all infrastructure of their lives. So to me, what you've done here is, first of all, you've highlighted where the challenges are, because it's those challenges that we have to address so that we can go forward. And certainly with the extra funding we're getting in, that can make a difference. And I know you talk about what's happening now on the ground, but I'd also like to be thinking very much about how many houses we can build, because that will affect in the future. So I welcome this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Peacock. I've got 3 speakers, Councillor Lacey, Councillor Moore, and then Councillor Cross.
Thank you. Equally welcome the strategy, particularly from personal experience, having been a foster carer back in the 90s of teenagers moving to independence, knowing how important it was to think about accommodation, and subsequent to that, being supporting 2 people whose home situation, I suppose, could be described as precarious. I also welcome the comments and the support, and I hope it continues, to the voluntary sector organisations, and as a supporter through my community grant, the Harrogate Homeless Centre, who've just refurbished some of their rooms. My point, however, is around the finances, and whilst there's a decent sort of financial implications of the current situation, I do note that of the £8.5 million that the council spends on it, 7.9 is covered by grants, and that gap risks growing. So the welcome to the emphasis on prevention, but I hope that it reflects that is reflected in the forthcoming budget setting process, because we can't afford that gap to grow, either through a reduction in grants or because of the growing demand. And that does indeed present a challenge in terms of prevention. So welcome the strategy, but look forward also to exploring how we can address any financial pressures in the forthcoming budget rounds.
Thank you, Councillor Lacey. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Chair. The strategy recognises access to mental health and substance use services is recognised as a challenge. that not all temporary accommodation settings are designed to support recovery. And the strategy states that it strengthens joint working with these services. Some emergency temporary accommodation does currently work across partner agencies, but others don't. So I really want to ask what this strategy says to those who support the closing down of certain establishments that are currently working with the council and cross-partner agencies, because there's a perceived recognition by those in the community that it's difficult in those areas when they see ASB happening in those communities. But if there's certain providers that are performing the task above and beyond where the strategy is hoping to get to by those that are merely putting a roof over somebody's head, then the strategy, for all I welcome it, I actually would really like to know what the exec member would say to those calls for those that are actually trying the best to deliver what the strategy is aiming for. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sam Cross.
Thank you, Chair. It's interesting, the report, and I welcome the report. I think one of the problems is we have two gentlemen in Filey, and I've engaged with these two gentlemen in Filey, and they've engaged, the homeless team have also engaged with these two gentlemen in Filey, and I fully support what Scarborough homeless team do. But these gentlemen prefer their lifestyle, and no matter how hard the Scarborough team work, you know what I mean, they prefer their lifestyle. And, you know what I mean, we can sort of put as many rules and regulations and ideas, but some people prefer that lifestyle. And the same happens in Bridlington. There's certain people there, and another homeless team in Bridlington, because I've had dealings with them, and they prefer them lifestyles. And this is what we must consider, you know what I mean, whether they want to engage. And the Scarborough team do a brilliant job, but some people do not want to engage, and we can't force them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cross. Councillor Warnicke.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to say anything, but I just realised that today I learned that we as a council have made someone homeless. And I think we're part of the problem in that respect. We make them homeless, and then we have a strategy to find them a home. And I think we need to look at our impact on the figures. And as I say, it wasn't until today I was made aware of this. So the timing's quite important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Warnicke. Councillor Richard Foster is the last speaker.
Just to say, I welcome this. It's a unification of the strategies across North Yorkshire. I've been a council long enough to remember the bad old days where it was a revolving door, where the housing officers were sent out onto the street, probably by members ringing them up. And by the way, the contact details for all members are available and were sent round members. We asked for it from Housing and Leisure, so I'm sure those can be sent again, because it really is important that members can respond to complaints from the public or whatever. But we used to send housing officers out. They used to wander out. They used to go and get the people, put them into temporary accommodation. The next night they were back on the street. We hadn't done anything really to help or treat that. So I really welcome this strategy where we're actually move away from that and move forward to a far more progressive situation whereby we find out the issues, we find out the problems. And there will always be some that, you know, people will remain on the street, but where we can to get people off the street and get their lives back on track so that then they don't return to the street. And it does work. I've seen it work in the past. We had a good scheme back in the Legacy Authority that really worked. And it's all about that, moving people forward and moving them away from a life that they probably don't want to be in, but they've ended up in. So I really welcome this. And I think this empowers officers to go out there and actually do the work, because there's nothing more frustrating than an officer knowing that the night they'd spent was going to be repeated the night after and the night after and the night after. So, no, thank you, Simon, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Councillor Foster. Councillor Myers, as the mover of the report, you have the right to reply, and I hope you'll address some of the questions that have been raised.
I don't know what the bets were on in terms of time for me speaking about this, so I'll try not to add to it. I welcome the comments of colleagues and the points that have been raised. In terms of holding us to account, Matt, you're quite right. I'll make sure that we report to the ONS committee. I'll get back to you about the specifics of this winter, if I may, because I've nobody here. I could turn to Jo and ask her about housing, but I don't think it'd be entirely fair. So I'll get back to you about that, if that's okay. And Sam makes a perfectly valid point. You can't help everybody. You can only try. But what perhaps people don't always realise is that homelessness is something that is really relatively close to all of us. It isn't just rough sleepers who are homeless. People become homeless for all sorts of reasons. Recognising the needs of those who have been sort of driven to the street, and being able to use the various agencies, marvellous outfits like the Harrogate Homelessness Project, to work with them and to, where we can, see that this puts an end to that individual's chaotic life that's led to them being where they are. So if it's one thing we can do well as a council, I'd be very proud of it. And then Arnold, if you have an issue, will you raise it when you have the details? I have to say, councils, and North Yorkshire in particular, almost never, much to the frustration of some members and their residents, we almost never make people homeless. We almost never expel people from our properties. So do send me the details and I'll find out. But really, I get complaints the other way that we're not evicting people rather than that we are.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. We've had a thorough debate on this very important topic. Everyone had the chance to ask their questions, and I think Councillor Myers was very comprehensive in his responses. So now is the time to move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? It's unanimous. Thank you. Item 17 is the annual report and recommendations of the Audit Committee. I call on Councillor Alison Baker to move the recommendations.
Thank you, Chair. In the absence of the chairman of this committee, Councillor Lunn, and as you are the vice chair and the chair here, I ask council to note the report of the Audit Committee. Thank you.
Do we have a seconder? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this? Councillor Andy Brown.
Yeah, working on the assumption that it's just possible members may not have read page 824 in detail. I would like to draw your attention to the opinion of the internal auditors who express a concern that there's a weakness in project governance and that we need more effective management of consultants. Given what happened over the 11 million loss in Kexgill, you can see why they are of that opinion. And I think, my thanks to everybody on the audit committee, because it's a pretty thankless job and obviously one done well. But I think we need to look extremely hard at our risk management processes. And I would like to thank Councillor Les again for the very detailed and thoughtful response to my initial question this morning. But we're clearly facing significant risks, and I remind people again that 60 million potential loss in Cambridgeshire. We need to keep a real eye on these issues.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Any other member who wishes to speak on this? Councillor Baker, is there anything you would like to
Can I ask Councillor Brown if he could email Councillor Lunn with his concerns in the absence of him, please? Thank you, Councillor Brown. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. As Council is being asked to note the report, there is no need to have a vote. Item 18 is the annual report and recommendations of the Pension Board. I call on Councillor Steve Watson to move the recommendations.
Thank you, Chairman. Comprehensive report
I would ask that members agree to move it forward.
Do we have a seconder? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? Is there anything else you'd like to add, Councillor Watson?
No, thanks.
We will now move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? The vote is carried. Item 19 is the corporate calendar for 26-27. I call on Councillor Heather Phillips to move the recommendations.
Thank you, Chairman. I think this has actually been quite a good piece of work. It has addressed a couple of glaring issues regarding the timing of various meetings in order to ensure as many of our colleagues can join us each time as is possible. And it gives us certainty when booking a holiday, because I know I'd like to do that shortly. So I would like to move that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Do we have a seconder? Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this? Okay, Councillor Phillips, is there anything else you would like to add?
No, thank you.
As Council is being asked to note the report, there is no need to vote on this. Item 20 is appointments to committees and outside bodies. Members are aware of updates to this report that have been circulated. The updates include a list of nominations to seats. I call first on Councillor Carl Les to move the recommendations.
So moved, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Les. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Paraskos. You might have noticed that there was a couple of points in the report that were subject to resolution. Those have been all resolved, and the seat that is on the police, fire and crime panel is going to be allocated to the Green and Independence group. Can you please confirm who you would like to nominate to this vacancy?
That's myself, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Foster. Is there anyone else who would like to say anything in relation to this? Councillor Andy Brown.
Maybe missing it, Chair. Appointment to Audit Committee, we were nominating me to the Audit Committee, I understood. Is that included?
That's been circulated in the papers. Do we have any other political groups who want to make any changes? I can't see anyone, so we'll move to agenda item 21, appointment to committee according to proportionalities. Members are also aware of updates to this report that have been circulated, and they include list of nominations to the seats that have been reallocated following the political proportionality calculation. I call on Councillor Carl Les to move the recommendations.
So moved, Chairman.
Do we have a seconder? Anyone else wishes to speak on this? I can't see anyone raising their hands. Councillor Les, is there anything else you'd like to say? We need to vote on this one, so can those who are in favour please show? Any against? Any abstentions? That's carried. Item 22 is the appointment of Corporate Director for Children and Young People Service. Council is asked to note the appointment of L. Mayhew as the new Corporate Director for Children and Young People Service, following the resignation of Stuart Carlton earlier this year. I'm sure that all present will join me in wishing our new Corporate Director every success and support in their new role. Item 23. I will now call on executive members and chairs of the Scrutiny Board and Overview and Scrutiny Committees to make statements if they wish. At the end of each of those statements, I will ask members of the Council whether they have any questions or wish to make any statements. Members will recall that the overall time allowed for questions and statements to an executive member or chairs of the Scrutiny Board and the Overview and Scrutiny Committees is 5 minutes, and the time limit for speaking is 2 minutes. A number of questions have been submitted ahead of the meeting, of this meeting, and these have been circulated to members. I will take these questions ahead of any from the floor. I will start with Councillor Michael Harrison, Executive Member for Health and Adult Service.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nothing to add to my report other than to reinforce the first point I made, which was to congratulate all those involved in the CQC outcome that was communicated earlier this month.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. It was a wonderful outcome indeed. The written question that we have received is from Councillor Mike Jordan.
Thank you, Chair, and I apologise for initially sending the request to Councillor Annabel Wilkinson. Right, the Trailblazer project is a scheme for apprenticeship training which seems to have been spent differently from that intended. The Trailblazer was only for groups to work and help people find jobs. Can I ask why 7 million was given to North Yorkshire to be used on projects, but not attached to the Trailblazer? Only 1 million was made available, and that was given to a non-profit group and local charity. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. So the Trailblazers scheme is a central government programme to help people back into employment, which has 3 aims: to engage and support people out of work due to ill health, to work with employers to help provide good work opportunities, and to develop ways in which systems and services can be joined up to achieve this. York and North Yorkshire Combined Authority are the lead authority on this, and they were awarded the £10 million to spend through to 2026, with local authorities and health partners leading on different initiatives. My understanding is about 72% of the 10 million is to be spent in the North Yorkshire area as opposed to York. So I'm assuming that's where you're getting the £7 million from. Of that 7 million, 4.4 million is coming directly for projects that will be led by this council. Now, I'm comfortable that we are spending that money on the kind of initiatives that Trailblazers is seeking to deliver. I'm not cited on what other people are spending their money on, but I'm comfortable with the 4.4 million that we're spending on. So I don't know where that disconnect is. I'll send you the list of the initiatives that essentially add up to that target. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. Sorry, Councillor Jordan, was there anything else you wanted to add? Councillor Lacey is the other person I've seen raising their hands.
Thank you. And I'd just like to add my congratulations to the team on the Lucent CQC award. But the question, if I may, your report talks about digital care and preparation for. I suppose I'm just looking forward to the budget implications, positive one would hope, in terms of moving to digital care and therefore the greater use of AI. So if you'd like to comment on that or comment by email separately, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. So, I mean, I do reference in my report e-scheduling as being an area where the use of technology can release efficiencies. That work has been going on for a while. It's not, we're certainly not a trailblazer in terms of an authority using something like that. It's well used within the industry, and that's reflected in the restructure that's underway at the moment, where there's savings to be made. In terms of AI, well, there's a significant amount of work going on right across other directorates as well to see how we can use AI to work more efficiently and deliver better care by joining up our services and recognising trends to direct resources to where it's needed most.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. As there are no other questions, I will now move to Councillor Simon Myers, the Executive Member for Culture, Arts and Housing.
Thank you, Chair. Just one thing to add, and that is some members may be aware, some won't be aware, that the Arts Council has granted £750,000 over the next 3 years towards cultural organisations in Selby, building on the Now Then project that was led by the council. I think that's extremely good news, and I know the community will be very grateful for that. Happy to take any questions. I have I'm not sure it's a question. I have something from Councillor Jordan.
Indeed, Councillor Mark Jordan.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry to bother people with this, but I won't go through, read out the whole thing. Everybody's seen it. Basically, with 160 empty houses in the Selby area alone, the former Selby district, and we haven't a team big enough to sort all those out to get people housed. We've got a huge housing shortage as it is. So having 160 houses empty is ridiculous. We've got a company that we're throwing millions at that must have staff that can do these sort of jobs. So I'm calling on him to say, while it's bad weather and they don't want to be outside, perhaps they could employ the people from Braley Homes that build houses to go and do that job, because we can use outside contractors and we have done before. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jordan. Councillor Myers, just to let you know that there are 2 more questions also coming. I will take them now. I think it's appropriate. Councillor Proscott.
Thank you, Chair. Just to come back to the Arts Council funding, actually, that Councillor Myers has just mentioned, I'd just like to thank the creative and cultural team for their support with the Now Then project delivered across the Selby district. As a youth worker in my ward of Tadcaster, I see firsthand the huge impact investing in the arts has on communities and specifically young people. This year, thanks to the funding, we've reached hundreds of families across the Selby district with arts-based activities and events, and we continue to deliver meaningful projects that allow young people to experience art forms that they would not usually get the opportunity to take part in. Thanks to this funding, a group of young people in my ward are currently curating and delivering an exhibition on what it feels like to be young in Tadcaster via the medium of film, photography, dance and music. With further funding, this project could be rolled out across North Yorkshire. This funding can and does make a huge difference to some of our most vulnerable in the communities.
Thank you, Councillor Proscott, for sharing this insight. Councillor Andy Brown.
Yeah, am I right that North Yorkshire Council itself has used £0 and 0 pence from its own budgets to support green initiatives on housing, and that we've used a great deal of money from outside sources that's been very effectively deployed to reduce the bills of householders and to also help the environment?
Thank you. Councillor Myers, you've got 3 questions.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I'm so pleased that Councillor Jordan told me what his question was about, because I had a written one, which you'll have all seen. I read it whichever way up I could. I read it first thing in the morning and last thing at night. I ran it past officers. I tried it after drinking whiskey, and I simply couldn't ascertain exactly what it was about. But if you're talking about voids in Selby, Councillor, you'll see from my statement, which I deliberately put in there because I'm not ducking the issue, the steps that we're taking in Selby to address capacity issues. But those who have the pleasure of watching this on television may be pleased to know that you were trying to say we should stop wasting money on woke causes. I didn't know whether you'd had a bet as to whether you could get woke in the question. We used to do that when I was at Paris, with things like Aardvark, and whether you could get that into a question to a judge. However, if you mean by woke the £40 million we are spending on retrofitting 1,600 houses, Councillor Brown's quite right, a large proportion of that from central government. That means our poorest, most vulnerable residents can afford to heat their houses. If that's woke, I'm woke. That's one of my priorities as a councillor, to make sure that affordable housing is truly affordable for all our residents. Oh, sorry, and thank you, Kirsty, great initiative, and quite right, Andy, apart from the £19 million we're putting of housing revenue account money in, the money's come from central government.
Excellent. Thank you. That concludes this section. So we now move to Councillor Janet Sanderson, the Executive Member for Children and Families. Councillor Sanderson, just 1 second before you start. Is there anything you would like to add to your statements?
Thank you, Chairman. I have nothing to add to my statement, but I do know that some questions.
Indeed, you have actually 4 questions, and 3 from Councillor John Ritchie and 1 from Councillor Warnican. To make sure that there is appropriate time for everyone, I'm going to start with Councillor Warnican first, and then with the remaining time, maybe Councillor John Ritchie can ask his 3 questions. So, Councillor Warnican, would you like to start and ask your question, please?
I switched it on when I had something to say. Yes, in May meeting, attended by you, Councillor Wilkinson, and then Corporate Director, a new clause was quietly signed off without scrutiny, allowing paid for school bus passes to be withdrawn mid-year if routes were able to be cancelled or vehicles downsized to cut costs. Given that around a third of school transport contracts are up, this is unforgivable. Have I turned too many pages? This is unforgivable in the relatively prosperous county of North Yorkshire. Just continuing to blame the previous district council for all the problems and upheld after 2 years, you could justify regarded it's disingenuous. We really need to do better. I don't know why this isn't me, is it? Excuse me, Chair.
That's fine. I think Councillor Warnican, we've got the question. It has been circulated to members.
Yeah, I apologise
Sanderson
for my
is aware of it.
incompetence.
So, would you like to answer the question that was circulated, Councillor Sanderson?
Well, I was a bit confused there as to which question I was supposed to be answering, the one that is preambled about or the one that was pre-submitted. But I'll have a go at the pre-submitted one because that's the one I've prepared. So thank you, Councillor Warnican, for your pre-submitted question. It's really disappointing at the very least to hear that whilst other local authorities hold our exemplary children's services in such high esteem, you believe us to be capable of signing off new clauses without going through proper scrutiny. I would like to assure everybody that this is not in fact the case. We go through proper scrutiny and the proper process. Each academic year, the corporate director is required to decide the contribution rates associated with prepaid permits. The reports for these decisions are always published online and available in advance of the decision. So it is absolutely wrong to say decisions are ever quietly signed off. This is not the case. The terms and conditions for paid permits are also published online, and I am happy to send you a link if you are not able to find them. The withdrawal of passes is clearly included in these terms. This is to ensure we achieve value for money for our taxpayers on a budget of over 53 million. It is important to be able to justify this to our taxpayers. All families that sign up for prepaid permits are asked to sign up to the published terms and conditions. In April 2026, we will see about 30% of contracts being renewed, and this could lead to some changes in contractual arrangements. And this again will ensure we are achieving best value for money for the taxpayer. Ultimately, the responsibility for travel to and from school for our children who are not eligible under the council's policy remains with their parents, and this includes responsibility for their child's safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sanderson. Councillor John Ritchie.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Sanderson. I need to be clear. I support and welcome the stated ambition of aiming for more than 8% of children in our primary schools to reach a good level of development by 2028. But I do question the stated goal of 56.7% of children who are eligible for free school meals to attain a good level of development, whether that's particularly noteworthy, because by implication, this means that at least 43.3% of these children are not expected to meet a benchmark by 2028. And as a governor at Barracliff School in Scarborough, where more than half of our pupils are eligible for free school meals, I couldn't in all good conscience accept an initiative that accepts or concludes that more than a quarter of our pupils are not expected to reach an expected level of development. So can I ask what specific evidence-based strategies will be deployed to support free school meal eligible children, and how will the council ensure they are adequately funded? And is there a plan to accelerate the rate of improvement for disadvantaged groups so that the educational gap in attainment does not persist beyond 2028? Can I add to that? What progress has been made to ascertain where and when a new Best Start Family Hub will be established? And will North Yorkshire Council take an evidence-based approach to locating this facility, which I hope will be placed in the areas of greatest need?
Would you like also to ask your third question at the same time as well?
I can do that. We can do that after.
Go for it.
Thank you, Councillor Ritchie. Thank you for your support and giving me sight of those questions. I know you are passionate and ambitious for children from the most disadvantaged backgrounds, and I know you want to see them reach good levels of development, and I'd like to say that we all share that vision. North Yorkshire's ambition for every child is to be healthy, happy and achieve in life. It's important to be clear here that the target of 56.7% of free school meal eligible pupils to reach a good level of development by 2028 is a system-wide goal set by the Department for Education as part of Best Start in Life initiative. It represents an accelerated improvement from 45.8% in 2025 and should not be considered as a ceiling. We have annual milestones in place to monitor progress and review targets to close the gap faster. Furthermore, our intentions for Best Start will target 3.29 million of DFE funding between 2026 and 2029 on delivery and capital investment. And these will cover the Best Start 3 strands, which are Best Start Family Hubs, as you've mentioned, parenting support and home learning for environment support. This segues really nicely into that second part of your question, John, about the establishment of the new Best Start Family Hub. North Yorkshire is already evaluating the data to ensure that any family hub is where there is the greatest need. And I think that is what you really wanted to see, wasn't it? Where are we targeting the funds to greatest need? Work is already underway to identify a family hub which will be accessible and right for families in the community to gain the right outcomes for the programme and to ensure that there is a meaningful offer for targeted groups. Moving on to your final part of the questions regarding Springhead schools, along with the other special schools, increased numbers of places it offers in line with growing demand. Whilst we regularly review the opportunities available to the council to expand these schools, there is limited scope to further expand Springhead on its existing site, and I think you know that anyway. The council and schools have the option to expand the sixth form capacity slightly. However, this needs to be considered within the existing constraints of the high needs capital allocation. The age groups and location where demand is greatest, as well as the expected national reforms proposals for Department for Education, which is likely to promote that more pupils remain in mainstream schools. And we've been trying to do that for quite a long time before we were directed by government to do that. So thank you, John, for your questions, and I'm happy to put those in, send them on to you. Thank you.
And thank you to you, Councillor Sanderson, for answering all 4 questions. Appreciated. I now call on Councillor Richard Foster, the Executive Member for Managing Our Environment.
Just one thing to add to my report. Unfortunately, since the report was written, we now have 4 cases of bird flu within North Yorkshire. The council continues to work with both the affected farms and enforcing the zones around those to try and stem the tide of the disease. But it's obviously very unfortunate, especially for those farms that are involved within this. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Keane Duncan.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to ask, we've unfortunately seen vandalism to toilets in Norton, Pickering and Selby in recent months. A report to the executive recommended the closure of the facilities in Selby due to, quote, persistent vandalism. This decision was ultimately deferred. Does the executive member agree that we should be standing up to vandals, not letting them win, and therefore North Yorkshire Council should never again cite vandalism as justification for causing valuable community facilities, including public conveniences?
Councillor Foster.
Yeah, we really shouldn't cite vandalism, but unfortunately we do get vandalism. I think that, we understand how frustrating it can be when our facilities are closed because of vandalism, either shorter or longer term. But we do get out there, we do try and fix them. Sometimes there's a cost to that. Where those public toilets, unfortunately, continually get vandalised, we have to look at whether we continue to repair them just to get vandalised again. We don't police vandalism as this council. We do need support, police, fire and crime commissioner, people like that, in order to make sure that doesn't occur. But, I would say that it's not an only reason for that. We also look at how and where we can do it. And Councillor Staveley at the moment is currently looking at all the public conveniences right across North Yorkshire with his working group. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tim Grogan.
It's not a question, Richard. It's just to inform the Chamber that the licensing committee have licensed their first 2 refugees. They appeared before the licensing committee because they couldn't get a DBS from their former country, which is Afghanistan. But what they did produce was various commendations, salutations and dedications, which was quite humbling to see, to be fair. In fact, one of them had been blown up in a tank operating for the Paras, and he even showed us his scars, so it was good to see. So if anybody tried to escape from him without paying the fare, I wouldn't have much money on them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foster, is there anything you would like to add to this comment?
Not particularly, just good news that the licence committee looks at all areas of our society in order to find good, responsible taxi drivers.
Excellent. Anyone else has any questions for Councillor Foster? Councillor Griffith.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry for not giving you prior notice of this, but I've just been reminded by an email that a number of waste bins and dog poo bins have been removed willy-nilly out of Stokesley, and I understand this has been happening elsewhere without any consultation with the parish council or the town councils or even the members. Would you like to consider talking to the relevant officers and asking them to consult before they take unilateral action? Thank you.
Unaware. If you can give me the details, I will get on with it. Thank you.
Any other questions for Councillor Foster? I can't see any hands, so we move to Councillor Annabel Wilkinson, Executive Member for Education.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing to add to my statement, but I do have 2 written questions from Councillor Brodigan and one for Councillor Jack Proud. Thank you.
That's correct. Councillor Brodigan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson. So my main question is that new evidence released recently suggests that the start and end points used to calculate nearest school routes have been plotted wrongly from the very beginning of this policy. If that is true, it means that every single measurement issued to families over the last 14 months has been incorrect, and that some have been wrongly denied school transport as a result. Can you confirm whether this is the case? And if so, what immediate steps will you take to put it right and review all affected cases? And my second question is also, can you explain why parents have suddenly been informed that they can no longer request or view route maps at the point when they are making school choices? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brodigan, and thank you for the courtesy of giving me a written question. I'm not sure what new evidence is being referred to, but I can confirm that the Council has for many years used the same mapping system to calculate distances between homes and schools. This is for both admissions and for transport, for determining school places when there is an oversubscription and for eligibility for transport. The Council offers a tool to help families identify the distances to their nearest schools, and this distance calculator has been designed to assist parents in making informed choices about which is their nearest school. The Find My Nearest School calculator identifies the 7 nearest schools using the Council's routing and mapping software, but in this process maps are not automatically produced. The tool uses the Council's own geographical information system, which utilises data provided by the Ordnance Survey. This is consistent with the DfE statutory guidance for home to school travel. The Ordnance Survey is a nationally recognised mapping system that is used widely by local authorities. And while the Ordnance Survey information is updated regularly to provide information about new roads and paths, this is uploaded annually onto the system that supports mapping for school admissions and transport. This ensures that within any individual year, admissions decisions and eligibility for home to school travel is assessed on a consistent and fair basis. If a request for a map of a route between a home and school relates to home to school eligibility, it must be noted that eligibility for free transport is only assessed after admissions allocations have been confirmed and eligibility assessment carried out. At this point, if a child is not eligible for travel assistance, parents can choose to submit an appeal requesting a map if applicable. Maps may be generated and provided as a part of that process, including a map showing the route used to determine the distance to the nearest qualifying school, and a map showing the route to the school for which free transport is being requested. The appeals process is in place to ensure that concerns over eligibility can be addressed, and this year over 200 Stage 1 appeals and around 80 Stage 2 were submitted from around 11,000 eligibility assessments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson. Councillor Jack Proud.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to raise growing concerns regarding the provision of homeschool transport for children with specialist educational needs and disabilities in the Selby area. Families are reporting repeated issues with transport services, particularly if taxis are arriving late or in some cases not at all. These delays are often due to long distances, vehicles are travelling from outside the district, frequently getting caught in traffic before they even reach Selby for pickup. This is causing significant distress for children with complex needs, many of whom rely heavily on routine and familiarity to feel safe and supported. The impact on families is also considerable, with some parents being forced to reduce their working hours or miss work entirely to wait for transport that may or may not arrive on time or at all. What's particularly frustrating is that I understand there are local taxi operators in Selby who are both willing and able to provide these services. However, they are being overlooked in favour of providers from outside the area, providers who are clearly struggling to deliver a reliable service. This not only undermines the quality of care for our SEND children, but also misses an opportunity to support local businesses who are better placed to meet the needs of our community. On behalf of parents that have contacted me, concerned with the situation, I would like to ask that the process in which we award driver contract takes into account the distance taxis are travelling to make pickups and how this affects reliability and the long-term suitability of the contracts we are giving out. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Proud, and thank you for giving me a written question. Thank you for raising your concerns on what is an important issue to families in your division. I am aware that officers were made aware of an issue earlier in September and contacted families to inform them that the previous company would not be continuing with their contract after the 19th of September. It was determined that it was in the interest of all involved that the contract was retendered, I beg your pardon. However, it must be emphasised that the decision was due to the performance of the provider, not based on where the operational base is. The Council must and does adhere to statutory procurement legislation, which means that a bidder can't be excluded because of where they're based. And at the moment, we don't have many providers in the areas, and Selby is one where availability is limited. If a company closer to Selby bids and is the cheapest bidder and hold the necessary contractual requirements, then they will be awarded the contract. We have many contracts that are operated quite successfully from a base that is not close to the first pickup and have done for many years. We operate an open procurement process which is available to all bus and coach companies, community transport organisations, as well as registered Hackney carriage and private hire operators who are registered on the procurement system. This open procurement process does not exclude any operators from tendering on contracts based on their location, and the council will select the most economically advantageous tender where the potential contractor meets all the threshold requirements in our lengthy quality tender submission document and following an inspection if they are the new provider. This does mean that some contractors will travel from out of the immediate area to undertake a contract, but equally they may have staff and cars in the local area anyway rather than at their registered address. And I am aware that this borders both portfolios for Councillor Taylor and I, so perhaps it's a conversation we can have as well. Thank you, Kat.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson. I call on Councillor Gareth Dadd, Executive Member for Finance and Resources.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to add something very quickly to my written statement, and it's relating to the second homes premium. We've had some indicative results, expected yields, if you like, from this year, and we are expecting a gross income from second homes premium in the top quarter of our expectations when we set the policy of somewhere in the region, please don't quote this because we have another 6 months to go, of somewhere in the region of £14.5 million gross. Of course, there's the police precept and the likes to take off that. But I think we can strike that down as a success. Secondly, the other option, of course, for second home owners was to sell their property or make it available to let to the local market. And similarly, we've seen a reduction in the number of second homes compared to pre-implementation of the policy of around 1,200 properties. So I say this genuinely thanking all members across the chamber, I think, apart from Stuart Parsons. It has been difficult. Now, I know I'm repeating myself, but sometimes in this game you have to take difficult decisions. I've personally had verging on abusive emails as a result of the policy, which nobody should have to put up with, and I suspect that most members around the chamber will have had something similar. But I think we've done the right thing. I think the figures and the expectations have been proved correct. And at that, I know I've got 2 or 3 questions and will respond accordingly.
Councillor Peter Lacey.
Thank you. And it relates to your comment, and is only really a potential ripple in the financial projections, but it's on behalf of a resident who may be in a similar situation to many others, who has a second home in the Dales, has decided to put it on the market, but has found difficulty in terms of the systems and processes of the council to have his council tax reduced as it is empty and being made available. So it's simply just to seek assurance that the financial forecasts that you've mentioned make allowance for some of those people who are in a situation where that is happening, and also for me to communicate back to the resident as to when those wrinkles in the process might be resolved. Thank you.
I'll be very brief, and thank you, Peter, for the advance notice of the question. In summary, our systems, whilst we had some integration of the various 7 legacy councils, shouldn't have affected the exceptions to second homes premium as you've described. If we have an issue with that particular case, please pass it on and we'll investigate it to make sure it is a one-off. Indeed, if that is the case, because sometimes, of course, it doesn't transpire that way.
Thank you, Councillor Dadd. There are 3 questions. I'm going to take them now all. Councillor Angus Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Following the response that the leader gave this morning to Councillor Andy Brown's question regarding Brierley Homes, and given recent publicity surrounding the Brierley Group, but particularly Brierley Homes, can Councillor Dadd give us an outline as to how they've performed since formation? Thank you.
Can I ask Councillor Sam Cross and Councillor Paul Haslam to ask their questions as well?
Thank you, Chair. I think you probably know what I'm going to say, Gareth, don't you? You know what I mean? We haven't collected 14.5 million. We've robbed 14.5 million of honest people that are paying the council tax at the full rate that can't, unfortunately, use the property. These people now are struggling to sell these properties because most of them are apartments and flats. And that is as the council over there states, is causing great concern to many. I have had many letters, telephone calls, people advising me that they're struggling paying double taxation. We have people in Harrogate, typical example. He has a holiday property on the coast. He's paying 100% for his council tax on where he lives most of the time, and he's paying 200% on where he lives now and again in Filey. And it's just damn right robbery.
Councillor Haslam.
Thank you, Chair. Gareth, I noticed in your statement that you actually were looking for ideas, so I'm actually presenting something positive for you. In terms of Investor Save, at the moment, solar panels and batteries installed by a safe provider, before anybody else mentions that batteries catch fire, is returning about 18% on ROI at the moment. Also, it's possible to get loans where in actual fact the cash flow is cash positive to the council because the repayment on the loan is less than the is less than the saving that you're making from the investment in solar panels. So my question really is, could you just bear that in mind when you're looking at opportunities to Investor Save? Thank you.
Councillor Dad, would you like to address those three questions?
Yeah, I'll be very brief. In terms of the Brierley Group as a whole, I just so happen to have some figures. I think it's very easy to look on the negative and make no bones about it. Brierley Homes has been through a tricky period, but the Brierley Group as a whole, had we not pursued that sort of model, and we're talking about the 4, 5, 6 companies since inception, we would not have generated, including the difficulties with Brierley Homes, I might add, we would not have generated £7.5 million worth of positive profit, nor the £41.5 million worth of shareholder value. In other words, knocking on the door £50 million worth of benefit to this authority. That said, we do accept there, as the leaders suggested, there are one or two issues with Brierley Homes itself, which is a small part of the success story. But even that, at present day value, since its inception in 2020, is only showing a 0.682 million pound deficit when you take into account shareholder value. So I think we should celebrate what we've achieved in that. I'll be very quick with the other two, with your permission, Chairman. We're just going to rerun the debate, aren't we, with Councillor Cross over second homes. What I will say, I mean, there's a clear option, isn't there, for second home owners if they can't afford the second home? Dear oh dear, my heart bleeds for them. They've had 2 years' notice, at least 2 years' notice, to deal with this potential issue. They can let them out to the local market, or they can sell them. Councillor Cross claims that his particular second homes resident is struggling to fund the second homes premium. This authority will struggle to fund the very measures that we're trying to mitigate against as a result of second homes property owners. We've seen today a success story in terms of our homeless strategy that'd have been a damn sight more difficult to achieve if we hadn't stuck together and delivered that policy. I'll also note that only this morning Northamptonshire Council, reform-led I might add, great utterances from Nigel Farage about the very pernicious second homes premium, I think he described it as, have announced today that they intend to levy the charge. There's another U-turn from Farage, but there'll be more to come, by the way, because reality will hit these people. But I stand by the decision and I've nothing more to add. We're just going to rerun the same debate. In terms of Councillor Haslam's suggestion, if we can get 18% of positive cash flow, give us the facts and give us the figures and we'll look at it very positively.
Thank you. Councillor Jordan, I know you raised your hand, but as we are, okay, thank you for that. Councillor Mark Crane.
Chairman, I do have something to add to my statement, which I think will interest a lot of people around this chamber. We are currently sitting on an application for a hydraulic fracture in the Scarborough area. We anticipate that we have to get it to strategic committee in the near future. As the law presently stands, there is not within the law a reason for refusal. There may be other reasons for refusal. So I have today written to my good friend Ed Miliband, who's the, well, maybe not a good friend, just a friend, to ask if the government intends to legislate against this happening. We did write last year, we've not had a positive response yet. He did stand up at the Labour Party conference, I understand. I sadly didn't see it, but I think I was on holiday or washing my hair at the time. But he did stand up at Labour Party conference in seriousness and say that they were going to legislate and make it illegal. What we need to know from the Minister is whether or not they're going to do that soon, or whether North Yorkshire will have to make a planning decision on the law as it presently stands. And I know everybody will be interested in that. I've written to him. I've copied in the local MP, Alison Hume, and I've also copied in the local member, Councillor Basterman. So I'm sure members will be interested to know that that letter has gone. Once I get a reply, I will, of course, let all members know the outcome. Happy to take questions, Chair.
Councillor Andrew Murday.
Thank you, Chair. Members will remember that a couple of years ago, the council entered into a contract with a company called Long Course Weekend Global for a multi-sporting event over 3 years, paid £75,000 or £25,000 a year for this event. It was held 1 year in Massam and Nidderdale, but this last summer, it was held virtually. Long Course Weekend took money for competitors competing virtually. In other words, you could do the swimming in your bath, you could do the cycling around your garden, you could do the running on the spot on your treadmill. Presumably, maybe Councillor Varnican took part. The problem is that I want to know why it actually collapsed, what the council's doing about it, and whether actually they've recouped the £50,000 for the second two events.
Well, firstly, thank you, Councillor Murday, for giving me written notice of this question. It didn't happen last year, as you correctly say. It did happen last year with a large number of competitors and a positive economic outcome for the immediate area. The organisers decided not to go ahead with it this year, and we didn't give them any money. We weren't going to give them money for a virtual one where Barbara Godigan was running around her garden or cycling up the cycle path or whatever it was. So we didn't pay them the money. They are looking at holding one again next year, and they're looking at a couple of locations in North Yorkshire. We're working with them. If it comes off and they do it again, clearly we will continue to support it in the financial aspects, because it is good news for the tourist economy of North Yorkshire.
Thank you. There is a question from Councillor Matt Walker, but I think it's probably more appropriately answered by Councillor Dadd. So before we go there, can I just take a question from Councillor Hannah Goslow to Councillor Crane, and then we'll go to your question, Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. Community groups across North Yorkshire play a vital role in promoting local heritage, arts and attractions. Many already provide informal visitor information or events that draw people into our towns and villages. Will the executive member look at options for a county-wide framework or support programme to help these groups link more directly with the council's tourism initiatives to build a truly collaborative visitor offer? And would the executive member agree that supporting these local partnerships is often a more cost-effective and authentic way of strengthening our visitor economy? Thank you.
Very happy to look at it, and also happy to say that I do support it. I think you're right in your comments, Councillor Goslow, and it's a good thing both for the council and for our community. So we'll certainly look at it in a very positive way.
Councillor Matt Walker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for accommodating the question. Could you please provide a clear statement outlining the specific process for the sale, disposal of the Harrogate Pinewood, a registered asset of community value, committing to the availability of a community purchase should the planning application ultimately be approved? Thank you.
Councillor Dand.
Yeah, thank you for your indulgence, Chair. There was a bit of confusion over took it, and also thanks to Matt for the advance notice of the question. However, given this is attached to a live planning application, I'm going to be ultra brief in my response. As it is designated an asset of community value, there's a clear process which is available for any member or member of the public to see on the website. I will leave it at that because we will not be touching anything relating to that site until the application is determined.
Thank you, Councillor Dad. I now call on Councillor Heather Phillips, Executive Member for Corporate Services.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a couple of quick comments, and I know I have had one written question so far. Locality budgets. Come on, people. 31st of January is the deadline. Can we pull our finger out and get the money where it should be, which is in our communities helping people? I know of a few people that haven't even started looking at applications. So it's not our money, it's theirs. Can we please get it into their hands so that we can be doing good locally? And then couple of good comments, I think, regarding Household Support Fund 7. This has been remarkably successful. I know that Gary Fielding has made a note that our increased percentage of applications, so that means we're helping more people. So I think the team must be congratulated for the engagement they've done throughout. And I'd like to thank Councillor Greg White for raising a couple of questions regarding that engagement, which has been hopefully answered to his satisfaction, and will make sure that the most vulnerable people in North Yorkshire are assisted. My portfolio and the portfolio holder may lack the erudite eloquence and elocution of Councillor Myers and his portfolio, but we can both spend other people's money very well.
Thank you. Councillor Keane Duncan.
Thank you, Chairman. The future of CCTV in North Yorkshire has been subject to, quote, strategic review and transformation. Will the executive member provide reassurance that CCTV is valued by North Yorkshire Council and will be protected and, where possible, enhanced across our communities in the future?
I don't like to have my back to you, Councillor Duncan. But for the sake of the microphone, I will have to do so. The council inherited through LGR a number of different models. It's including outsourced contracts of CCTV across North Yorkshire. We recognise the value of CCTV and are undertaking a strategic review to provide option appraisal for how CCTV should be managed in the future. This review will include consultation with our important users, such as North Yorkshire Police, and there may be a couple of uncomfortable conversations when we point out how useful we are and how much good it does for community safety. So we may look to our partners to help us more in the future, but that review is ongoing, so I wouldn't want to prejudice it, but it will be coming in the near future. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. I've got two questions, one from Councillor Goslow and one from Councillor Jordan.
Thank you, Chair. And firstly, apologies that this question was not submitted in advance, and a written answer would be appreciated. Given that the Executive Member for Corporate Services said that the new public access system has been rolled out successfully in the Harrogate area, can she please tell me how many people couldn't submit their planning comment because the word count for comments was set as a character count? How many people submitted blank comments because the form errored? And how long did these problems exist for? Could she also tell me when the map search, which has not been working for months now, will be fixed? Do you not agree that the planning process is an integral part of the local democratic process for our communities and therefore is vitally important to get this right for our residents? Will these issues be fixed before the other areas are upgraded?
Thank you. That is obviously quite technical. It may be difficult to derive exact figures, but I'm sure we'll be able to identify if issues have been addressed. I know that we are rolling out in another authority area very shortly, and I think that Harrogate has been a very fertile learning curve for all of us on this. So yes, technical and the written answer.
Thank you. Councillor Jordan.
Thank you, Chair. Don't panic. Just a statement. I think on the locality budgets, I just want it going on record that the lady that's taken over doing it because of the change in officers has done an excellent job. She's added to her workload, but she's done a great job. Thank you.
Thank you for this comment, Councillor Jordan. Would you like to add to that?
I think she had a very hard act to follow. In Louise and Louise have been very effective officers with this. So that's why I would like you all to get your applications in order to make this young lady's Christmas better, because she doesn't want to be doing them then.
Excellent. Do we have any other questions for Councillor Heather Phillips? I can't see any hands up, so I will move to Councillor Malcolm Taylor, Executive Member for Highways and Transportation.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I do have one short update. It's of a technical nature on my report. Under the flood risk management paragraph, since the publication and printing of the papers for full council, we've been asked to defer the Storm Dara Section 19 on the Derwent Catchment Report from the 28th of November to the 19th of December. The change is due to our requirement to ensure that the Environment Agency are satisfied with the recommendations. They have a process to follow that will take longer than the 13th of November deadline for reports, hence the amendments.
Thank you. There are two questions for this, one from Councillor Richmore and the other one is from Councillor Liz Colling. Let's start with Councillor Richmore, given that he submitted his question first.
Thank you, Chair. Since the introduction of the experimental traffic regulation order last November, restricting overnight camper van parking at Sands End, Royal Albert Drive and Caton Bay, many residents in my division have reported serious displacement effects. Camper vans are now parking directly outside homes overnight, discharging grey water into verges, using public taps, hanging washing on hedges, and in some cases causing noise and intimidation. These incidents are being logged weekly by residents, both the police and highways officers. In fact, I'm aware of at least 2,000 incidents having been reported. While the ETRO was introduced in good faith, it is clear it has simply moved the problem rather than resolved it. As the scheme is reviewed later this year, will the executive member confirm that these displacement impacts will be fully considered and that options such as reinstating controlled overnight parking on Royal Albert Drive, coupled with proper enforcement and signage in affected residential areas, will form part of that review before any decision is taken to make the ETRO permanent? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore, for your question, and thank you, Rich, for advance notice, which is appreciated. Always happy to take questions for Scarborough. As you know, a small part of me still is in Scarborough, and I know that in your division in Ramshill, what an unintended consequence, if you like, this has had on that premier residential area of Ramshill that you represent. I can confirm that consideration of any displacement impacts will be included as part of the review of the experimental traffic regulation order relating to overnight camper van parking, not just in your division, but also in Sands End, Royal Albert Drive and Caton Bay. And the options such as reinstating controlled overnight parking on the Royal Albert Drive, coupled with proper enforcement and signage in affected residential areas, will form part of the review. Hopefully that will give you some reassurance moving forward.
Thank you. Councillor Liz Colling.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Taylor. To quote UNICEF, a growing body of research shows that children have better physical, mental and emotional health and even improved learning when they play outdoors. What is the Council's policy on play area provision in our communities? What steps are we taking to ensure that every community has access to both a play area and a green space to help our children flourish? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Collins, for the question, which is a really good question. And again, thanks for the advance notice. The council is responsible for over 270 play areas across North Yorkshire, given the scale and the size of this county. When refurbishments take place, we work with communities and suppliers to ensure these include accessible play features, and as part of service planning, the council will be developing a strategy for play infrastructure within our parks and open spaces. As a predominantly rural authority across a significant area, we are fortunate to be the custodians of over 80 formal parks, smaller urban pocket parks, larger countryside parks and nature reserves, all of which are maintained by our dedicated teams, and not forgetting the support of volunteers in that role, which benefits for our communities. And I hope this will help our children flourish as they're growing up.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes.
I just wanted a follow up, please. I was looking for, because I believe one of mine was under threat. It's now not, I'm pleased to say, but I was looking for a play strategy, and we don't seem to have that. So I guess my question further to that is, what are we doing about a play strategy that we can publicise? We have a playing pitch strategy and all sorts of other strategies.
Yeah, thank you for your supplementary question. We will work upon that, and I will provide a written response to you in relation to that subject. Thank you.
And the only other hand that was raised was from Councillor Sam Cross. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies for not telling you, Councillor Taylor. I did receive an email last week about a visitor that had turned up, and he wasn't moaning about the fact he were paying double taxation. He were moaning about the fact that we do have 6 EV charging points in Filey in the council car park. And sadly, none of them were working. Yeah, brilliant. And, you know, travelled from the other side of the country. And then to add insult to injury, when he looked at him, it would have taken him, because they're only 7 kilowatt, and I'm no expert on it, but to look at him, it would have taken him 14 hours for him to charge his car up. But there were the good news, though. He went to Tesco's in Bridlington, put it on charge, and it got it free, and it was done in 2 hours. Sadly, they don't match up to the quality that is needed in the area. And I have spoken to the officer in Harrogate about it. It's just not up to good enough.
Thank you, Sam, for that question, which is very relevant, not just for Filey, but across all areas of North Yorkshire. I can hopefully give you some good news that we have just recently, in the last few weeks, and we're just getting it over the line, entered into a contract to provide the EV vehicles across the county. We will be prioritising those that we've inherited from former legacy authorities that are defunct at the moment, to get those online before enhancing the offer right across the county. It's a considerable investment. Thankfully, it's not going to cost the council taxpayers of North Yorkshire money, because it's come from a central government grant, for which we are very, very grateful. So we should see some improvement, some much needed improvement right across the county, which will hopefully bear fruit for our visitors and our residents.
Councillor Steve Shorite.
In Selby, we have 2 EV chargers in a car park behind the town hall. Unfortunately, they're not working, along with the lights in the car park. I emailed 2 officers, got 2 responses. One was, we're changing the system, so it's offline. The other, more honest response was, it would help if we paid the bill.
Thank you for raising those issues and bringing them to my attention, Steve. On relation to the EV charging points, hopefully my previous answer that they will be a priority before we start rolling out new stock. So hopefully that will address that issue. In relation to the matters you've raised, I will escalate that to the appropriate officer level and hopefully get some action for you. Thank you.
We now move to Scrutiny Board and Overview and Scrutiny Committees. Will the chairs of the Scrutiny Board and the Overview and Scrutiny Committees indicate now if they wish to speak on their statements or add further information? I will then call for questions after all chairs who wish to speak have done so. So any chairs of scrutiny who wants to raise any issues? I've got to Councillor Andrew Williams.
Can I just correct a geographical error in my statement at line 5, where it references Whitby Harbour and should in fact be referencing Scarborough Harbour.
Councillor David Staveley.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, there's no intention to be personally visiting the WCs across the county by either myself or members of the working group. But by all means, if you do see any of us in there, it is a leisure visit, not a business visit. Just for clarity. Thank you.
Excellent. So now, are there any questions for the chairs of the Scrutiny Board, Councillor Karen Sedgwick? Any questions for Councillor Sedgwick? The next one is Care and Independence Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Any questions for Councillor Sedgwick on that topic, on care, independence and overview and scrutiny? After this, we've got corporate and partnerships. Any questions to Councillor Andrew Williams on corporate and partnerships? Scrutiny of Health Committee. Any questions to the Councillor Colling or Councillor Andrew Lee to be communicated to them when they are back? No. Transport, Economy, Environment and Enterprise Overview and Scrutiny Committees. Any questions to Councillor David Staveley? Children and Families Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Councillor and Barbara Brodigan. Any question for her? Housing and Leisure Overview and Scrutiny Committees. Do we have any questions for Councillor Sam Gibbs? Item 24. I call on Councillor Carl Les to move the recommendations regarding the use of special urgency procedures since the last meeting of the Council.
Thank you, Chairman. Move that the report be noted.
Do we have a seconder? Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? Councillor Les, would you like to exercise your right of reply? As Council is only being asked to note the report, there is no need for a vote. Item 25. Are there any questions for the chairs of any other of the Council's committees under Council Procedure Rule 10? Councillor Andrew Murday.
Thanks, Chair. I wanted to raise the issue of getting a report back from the mayoral Combined Authority Scrutiny Committee. I know that Councillor Burr's not here, but I think it's an area in which we are relatively underinformed publicly, and I'd like to ask that a report from that Scrutiny Committee be brought back to full Council meetings.
That's noted.
Yeah, so just to clarify, so the Combined Authority has its own scrutiny committee and its own reporting mechanisms. Are you asking for a way of that scrutiny committee to report back into the constituent authority?
Yes, I think it would be very useful for that report to be publicly aired for full Council. I mean, in other words, it would be added to the scrutiny committee reports.
Officer will take that away and have a look.
Thank you.
Members, this is the end of the agenda for this meeting of this Council. I declare the meeting closed. The live broadcast will now stop. Thank you all for your time and have a safe journey home.